All right, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to the fanfic writing Christmas special. So, what's another good Christian channel like Scott the... What did you do to Onion Song and Birthly? Look, guys, it became kind of a meme, and I figured it'd be funny to put in the thumbnail. But, so, we have some plans for today. We have some plans. I'm not happy with how things ended, because I realized I basically weakened Toriel up for no reason, because the fight just ended. And I did promise you guys Omni-Man Toriel. So, how about this, chat? We do a read-through, and then when we get to Chris hugging Toriel, we completely change it. We delete what we have, and then we write something else. We write a new fight scene. Write a new fight scene, dude. No, Cooler's probably asleep. I'm gonna be real. I don't blame him. Alright. I was also promised money if I sang Story of Undertale. And I will do it right now with no background music. I'm gonna turn the background music off, chat. And I'm gonna do it right now. Okay. What is it? It starts like, I fell from the light, talk or should I fight? Monster genocide, this my Undertale. I fell through a cave on Mount Ebot. I faced a simple talking flower in a pot, explains the plot. Wants me dead. When will Carol enter the story? Next arc. Wants me dead, wants me to ride. Toriel saves me, takes me to her home, and hooks me up with a brand new monster phone. Leaves me alone. While I'm there, I meet some bones. Should I be a pacifist, or should I use my fists? I'm feeling evil, think I'll kill them all. I'm homicidal and I got a taste. I want to wipe out the monster race. Whoa. I got no patience, I got no resolve. I will slaughter, screw the dialogue. Whoa, 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 story of Undertale. Whoa, 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 story of Undertale. It goes like, burnt pan, toy, knife, use a stick to end your life, tough glove, ballet shoes, epic fight like front page news. King Asgore wants to collect human souls, 7 of them is the ultimate goal. Open the door to humanity's realm, start a new war. And then the monsters say like, humans are run around. I'm not above humiliating myself on stream. I'm homicidal and I got a taste. I want to wipe out the monster race. Whoa. I got no patience, I got no resolve. I will slaughter, screw the dialogue. Alright. That's all I remember. So, yeah. Why do you know this from memory? Because I find it really funny. Anyway, I'm going to turn on the music now. So, give me a second. I'm going to... Because writing this without music seems miserable. We are going to just be listening to fan game music. Give me a second, chat. I did not die, I'm back. Sorry, my little brother, the gamer one, he wanted help on how to stream, and so I tried to help him figure it out. He decided to go consult YouTube instead, though, which is probably a better idea considering that we have some work to do, Chad, don't we? Alright. So, we're going to just close. We're going to read through this. Question. Considering of Undertale instead of be playing it? $5? Yo, a few lyrics wrong but close. And oh, thank you so much, Frisk. Why are you doing this on Christmas? Because I was bored. Can Rudy defeat Sans, Cancer, and Toriel all together? No. I'm outright rejecting that idea. Alright. It was a cold and brisk night. Birdley sat alone in his usual elegant gamer pad. As he sat alone in his swivel chair, he thought to himself while scrolling Instagram reels, "The thrills are earth." And yet he kept doom scrolling anyway. He, like so many others, had nothing better to do. He finished all of the games in his Steam library. All of his homework was done in a breeze. So alone Birdley sat, scrolling away until the end of the night. Until a ping from his phone. It was a SoundCloud notification, which was a surprise. Birdley had only downloaded SoundCloud on his precious mobile gaming device for a certain someone. Into the stream, ready to see Peak. We are the story now. Last I was here, Tori broke down. Yeah. Will this be 10 hours again? I don't know. Suggestion. One part Rudy is faced with the embodiment of cancer and AIDS. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. No. Alright. I'm loving the shitposty energy though, so let's keep it going in a more productive direction. Just surprised because he had only downloaded SoundCloud on his precious mobile gaming device for a certain someone. He tapped the notification. By the way, if you hear jingling in the background, that is not Santa. Those are my two dogs. They are going to be sleeping in the background, and they are going to make some noise. Please just bear with it. Okay? Okay. Confusion bubbling under his blue feathered head. It was a song by Moss Eater 1987 named Gamer's Delight. Did you jump off the... Okay, give me a second. The Delta Fell Shattered Prophecy thingy, if you want to check it out later. Okay, we will. 1987, yes. Gamer's Delight. Eager, Birdley tapped play for a listen, yet moments later he dropped his phone in shock. It was the best thing he'd ever heard. Give me a second, chat. And he didn't even like rap music. Somehow, Chris's silent, deadpan voice lent itself really well to mumble rap. Birdley was impressed. He knew Chris had a talent for music, but this was something else. Filled with inspiration, no, determination. I hate how that now foreshadows Birdley's Super Saiyan form. Every time your dogs move, the Weird Root jingle plays. I might be coming up with the lore for the 9 here streams, okay? 2 dogs, Toby and Temmie. Sure, let's just go with that. I was joking when I said I wanted 100 pages by Christmas. You said that? Well, we're gonna do it anyway. This is the best thing he had ever... Alright. Birdley... Determination. Birdley decided to find some Peak Aura edits to send to Chris. And that's when he saw the best Patrick Bateman Sigma edit he'd ever seen. He must send it to Chris to show how much aura the rap had given him. And with one tap of his feathered finger, he sent it. They shit his ass. A reply immediately had been sent. This was a massive shock to Birdley. He thought that since Chris is a gamer, they'd understand being an alpha. But clearly hanging out with Susie had turned them into a beta cuck. How could such a good rapper not understand that being an alpha, no, being a sigma is all that mattered? I'm going to say a sigma instead of being sigma. And so Birdly, gripping his phone tightly, wrote, just write whatever comes to mind. It was just such, not too different from Dragon Ball. Yeah, no, it's true. Dear Kris Kringle, you clearly do not understand the importance of being an alpha. Birdly huffed and puffed. It was the best response he had ever written, and yet. Alpha these nuts in your mouth. Kris responded exactly 1 second later. Birdly started to tear up. He had been completely destroyed. And if he responded again, he would be the one who was beta and not Kris. Upset, he booted up his gaming PC and decided to vent on 4chan, till he drifted off into sleep. How's everyone's Christmas going? Did Birdly pay the hospital bill yet? No. He could do that next arc. That could be like the first bit of next arc. Next arc, I want a lot more character interactions. I want to focus on the aftermath of the town. I want to have a lot more funny bits. I want to have more like dates between Kris and Birdly. And I want to build up like a lot of heat between Kris and Noelle before their cage match. That's like the plan in my head. It's like a vague amalgamation of ideas. Oh, you're eating chocolate your mom made? Oh, that's really cool. Anyway. That night he dreamed of the Joe Rogan Experience, specifically being on the Joe Rogan Experience, talking about how much he loved hunting, women, non-women, and Saudi Arabia in that order. Joe simply nodded in complete submission to his godly aura. It was a nice, thought-provoking conversation that made all the viewers happy they had witnessed it. No one would ever forget him again. He awoke to the sound of other birds chirping in the morning. Birdly was disheartened that his epic dream was over. A single manly tear rolled from his face onto his pillow. Then he stretched his wing in front of his face, made a fist, and said, "Someday." The cage match, who y'all rooting for? Chapter 4 of the arc, pretty much. Birdly got out of bed and took a shower, applying extra pizza deodorant as he did. With that, he put on his favorite pair of cargo shorts and his least favorite white button-up shirt and got ready for the day. In the mirror, he slicked back his cobalt feathers, then pointed at the mirror, while making a clicking sound with his tongue. He looked like a real alpha male. As Birdly walked into class, he saw Noelle and Susie talking about something. It must have been coercion. Why else would Noelle talk to Susie? This is just canon Birdly beliefs, by the way. This is like we barely even changed anything. This is like, Birdly legitimately believes that Noelle is being forced to talk to Susie. Birdly heroically put himself between the two girls. He stretched a wing in front of Noelle. I'm gonna say, his best friend, Noelle. Why is it named after Kris? We have 6-7 views, chat. Sorry, Susie, try again another day. He would definitely gain aura for this. What the hell are you doing? Susie responded. Stopping you from harassing poor Noelle, he said. Bro, we were just talking about Dragon Blazers. What is your damage? Susie asked, more annoyed than confused. Now we're at 69. Listen, you're on thin ice, pal, Birdly responded, pushing up his glasses as he did. Then oddly, Birdly stretched out a feathered hand and blushed. Listen, Susie, you don't have to be the bad guy. We could have a friendship and understanding. What do you say? Gonna try to pull an all-nighter for this stream? Oh, Jesus. Best friend should be in quotations? Good point. Glad I wasn't that guy. We're gonna have to wait a while to get there. What the actual fuck are you talking about? Susie asked at her limit for bird-brained bullshit. Birdly just stood there, hand outstretched, and gave a patient smile. Smack. Holy shit! Susie screamed. It was Noelle, who at the last minute had picked up a steel chair and bashed Birdley over the skull with it. Birdley collapsed on the floor, holding his now concussed head. This is the best. This is the new best Deltarune series. Oh, thank you. There's a part where Elsa gets rabies. I don't know if we'll have any Dark World segments. The more I keep thinking about it, the more I find that the funnier thing is like just in the light world. I had an idea for another Curdly fic that I abandoned, that Ralsei got like really depressed upon learning that Chris was now dating Birdley, and so Rule's card tried to give him like Riz, which was like really funny, but nothing really came of that. So, you know, we could just try to, I don't know, incorporate that in somehow. It was Noelle, who at the last minute had picked up a steel chair and hit Birdley over the skull with it. Birdley now collapsed on the floor, holding his now concussed head. Dark World is depresso. Shut up! Noelle said through heavy breaths. God damn! Susie screamed in excitement. Noelle dropped the chair and blushed, holding her hands behind her back. So, do you want to come over next Tuesday? Noelle said, trying her best not to stutter. Tuesday? Fuck that, let's go now, Susie said with a toothy grin. This is Yuri. You're getting Yuri right now, chat. I know you asked for that. Birdley managed to pull himself up off the floor. His head was screaming at him. Someday he would get back at them. Someday. Funniest shit I've ever seen from the fandom this week was the phrase "cri." Oh. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Chris. Are you okay? Chris asked, genuinely concerned. Birdley wasn't sure if it was the brain swelling or blood rushing to his face, but he started to blush. This is Yowie, chat. You asked for Yowie. It's always really hard to type when I am in Sophia streams. Crit and Birdley. Of course, Chris, I'm a real alpha. A simple chair shot won't take me out. Gamers don't die, they respond, numbskull. Numbskull! Like he's screaming it. It seems the only numbskull here is you, they said sarcastically. Birdley ignored the comment and walked to his seat, or at least he tried to before he stumbled to his feet. It should be his knees. I've never really liked this line. Knees. Other interesting news. I started rereading JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so that might impact the fights a little bit. So what if I have a concussion? I'm an alpha, he said before passing out. When he woke up, he was in the hospital. Beside him was a tall yet melted skeletal figure. He wore a black suit under his lab coat, and beneath it was a turtleneck sweater. His eyes had cracks on them, one going up and one going down. He smiled as Birdley as he awoke. The Winter Wonderland theories are good. Susie. Can't wait for my hospital. Okay. All of you are spamming it. I can't do it, dude. Good day, Mr. Avian, the doctor said. Birdley was confused. Why wasn't he at school? Where was Chris? Where am I? Birdley asked. You are at the hospital. A concerned classmate carried you here after you fell, the doctor explained. He picked up his cup of coffee. I can't do this. And sipped it. It was only then that Birdley noticed the two massive holes in his hands. The doctor noticed him staring. Please do not be concerned. My hands were injured some time ago. Birdley felt ashamed for staring. This man was so humble. He must be a good person. What the fuck is my hospital? Yes, the random JoJo reference. Now, on the topic of payment, your injury was pretty difficult to deal with. Birdley felt the bag of frozen peas on his head. They were room temperature. How much? He asked, cringing at the thought. $6,453.99, the doctor said with a grin of glee. Birdley's jaw dropped. He didn't have that much money, and his mom wasn't going to use all of her hospital coupons on this. I think it'd be really funny if we never see his mom. This is all actually JoJo's reference. Did you get to part 3? No. I'm still in part 1. I'm rereading it. Like, part 1 is actually, like, really good on reread. I love this fanfic. When does Birdley make his vessel? And his mom wasn't going to use all of her hospital coupons on this. Birdley was fucked. I'm so sorry. I can't afford that. Ellipses. The doctor's face fell. For whatever reason, he assumed he'd be getting thousands of dollars from a high school student over a lukewarm bag of peas. Without warning, Birdley's soul turned blue and he felt gravity more harshly now, collapsing into his hospital bed. The doctor looked at him with pure rage. Get the fuck out of my hospital! There we go. Should I make a Deltarune fanfic? Only if you want to. Without warning, Birdley was thrown into the air by the doctor, making him slam into multiple walls. Crack. Birdley heard the drywall crack under his weight before the doctor snapped his finger and plugged Birdley through the hospital doors. Imagine that. Yes, I do want Azrael to show up in the second arc. I don't know what his role would be, but just like him seeing his mom in jail would be really funny, I think. I had this idea for Azrael in another fan fiction that I didn't write, but it was basically that he knew that Carol was responsible for Dessa's disappearance, but he couldn't prove it. It was like this thing where he kept pestering her, but he didn't have any physical proof. Anyway, without warning, Birdley was certain. The drywall cracked under his weight before the doctor snapped and flung Birdley through the hospital doors. Birdley landed outside on his ass, still in the hospital gown they had put him into. Miraculously, the peas were still on top of his head. All things considered, today went pretty well. Azrael's like, ooh, sorry, I don't have any money. College, you know. That'd be that. Fun fact, that voice is just the Susie voice without the gravel. I do kind of want a scumbag Azrael. I do want him to be like a little bit of a dickhead. What are you doing? Okay, you're digging into my sweater. That's cool. Ignore that chat. Hello, Wingaster. Birdley considered his options. He could either go home and tell his mother about the hospital debt and get a beer bottle thrown at him for his troubles, or he could become homeless and live in the alleyway. He had to remember Susie said something about free milk. Birdley decided that option 3 would be the best. What was option 3? Simple. He would simply doom scroll Instagram Reels until he thought of a better idea. Did Birdley ever take the peas off? No, Chris did. Suddenly, he felt the bag of peas being taken off his head. It was Chris. Chris opened the bag of peas and shoveled a fistful of them down their throat. How you doing, Tiger? Chris asked. Birdley took a break from doom scrolling. I think the hospital stole my clothes. Oh, damn. Couldn't pay your debt, huh? No, unfortunately not. Also, I think I'm no concussion, Birdley responded. Cool, Chris said with a thumbs up. Birdley had it with this nonchalant demon. Were they actually going to help him, or were they just going to make fun of him like always? Birdley is like 16, yeah. I think people are getting baited by the thumbnail. Yeah, that's cool. Just finish the character design for Azrael. Oh, that's cool. Nonchalant Demon is foreshadowing. Maybe it should be Nonchalant Demon Spawn. There we go. There we go. That now it is now it is foreshadowing. Anyway, want to play Minecraft? I do like the idea of Chris walking over to Onion-san putting a knife to their throat and being like, "Listen, you son of a bitch." I really like that idea. I really like that idea. You underrate Chris is funny to me. It wasn't like Birdley had anything better to do, so he got himself off the pavement and walked with Chris to Chris's house. The lush forest surrounded the quaint two-story house. Chris opened the door with the keychain on their phone. It had been so long since Birdley had been to the Dreamer house. Back then, Noelle and him would come over, and they'd all play Super Smashing Fighters with Chris and Azriel. Those were the days. Nowadays, Noelle beat him with a chair, and Chris was a SoundCloud rapper. Actually, it wasn't that different. "Mikasa es su casa," Chris said. "I don't speak Japanese." Chris rolled their eyes and pulled out a dusty Xbox 360. I was going to say 316. Oh my god. The wrestling brain rot has gotten to me, chat. 360 with 2 chewed up controllers. Birdley had forgotten that Chris enjoyed the savory taste of Xbox controllers. Chris turned it on, but the Xbox flashed with the red ring of death on its LED ring. God fucking damn it, Chris screamed as they picked up the console and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of it. They hit the console with a I'm gonna say nasty drop kick, and it shattered into a million pieces. Then Chris sat beside Birdley. Favorite bits of this fanfic. Microsoft, am I right? Chris said nonchalantly. "I'm more of a Nintendo guy myself," Birdley said. Exactly 4 seconds had passed between the two and nothing being said. Birdley looked to the remains of the once proud 7th generation console now destroyed on the floor. It was a fitting in a weird way. Perhaps it was the end goal of all living things, to be beaten to death by an emo SoundCloud rapper. I'm just gonna say emo kid. Doesn't seem like it's a Curdly fanfic anymore. It still is. It just, it's action based now. Tails gets trolled it. We've lost the plot so much that we have to like try to loop back around. Glad I'm not that guy. Not there yet. Want a glue sandwich? They asked, their face lighting up. Birdley wasn't sure if it was the double concussion or the strange feeling in his stomach, but for whatever reason he said, "Sir, there's no way this day could get any worse." Chris smiled with delight as they put on an oversized apron. First they took 4 slices of bread and put Elmer's glue on each slice, then a fresh slice of toilet paper in the middle, and voila, 2 glue sandwiches. Chris put them both on a plate and brought them back to the couch. Back to the couch. Birdley had gulped. He had never partaken in this delicacy before. He was more than a little nervous. He looked at Chris. Chris just smiled back at him before unhinging their jaw and biting into the sandwich with an 80 psi bite. Birdley looked at Chris with awe. Swampton has 3 fingers. He lost the rest in the divorce. L. Am I right, chat? If Chris can do it, I can too. I'm an alpha, Birdley reasoned to himself. He picked up the sandwich with both hands, and some crumbs fell onto his lap. Despite the fact that it smelled like ranch, it did not actually taste like ranch. In fact, it was kind of bad. Birdley coughed loudly. Chris just continued to eat, ignoring Birdley's rude coughs. Jesus, that's awful, Birdley said in between coughs. Chris shrugged. The fact that they were eating anything remotely close to a sandwich was worthy of high praise. Chris gulped the last bite down and said, "I believe you mean acquired taste," with a smile. Birdley scoffed. "If by acquired you mean as bad as 2 concussions, then sir," he said with a little laugh. He intended to mock Chris, perhaps get them back for the times they had pissed him off, but instead the little human let out a giggle. Chris, I don't know if I should add little. Maybe small, short, no. I think human is an adequate descriptor. Sans pull the plug on Rudy. Guys, what is this bit? Why do you want Sans to pull the plug on Rudy so bad? Why do you... What? Why? Why? We have firmly established that Sans is fucking your mom, okay? Whatever. Chris inched closer on the couch. I don't think I'm that bad at cooking. Chris looked directly into Birdley's eyes. Birdley looked away. He started to sweat. Why was he sweating? It was only Chris. Yeah, just Chris. Eddie K, it's funny. Sure. Well, as I recall, I came over to play Minecraft and so far I've only eaten crap. They frowned before seeming to remember something. Oh, I'll be right back. Chris ran off to their room. Guys, can you calm down? They want Sans to get with Asgore and said, yeah, especially after what I did to Asgore. Consider the demon formerly known as Toriel. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there to... Yeah, Chris ran off to the room for a second. Birdley was left there thinking about how Chris looked at him. He wasn't exactly sure why, but his face felt warm. Chris ran down the stairs with a leapfrog iPad in hand. We can play Minecraft on this. Birdley was amazed. Chris had managed to play Minecraft on a leapfrog. Perhaps Birdley was wrong about them. That was a real alpha move. Chris sat closer to Birdley this time as they turned on the leapfrog. They booted up Minecraft Pocket Edition and handed the tablet over to Birdley. This video caused irreversible damage to my brain. Every time I'm forced to remember this. My mind forced me to remember every time. I hope therapy will cure me for this. Can you update me on the recent events that may have happened? No, we're just rereading the things we already have, and then we're gonna write a new ending because I'm not happy with the way the ending went out. Because I realized I had Undyne weaken the shit out of Toriel, but I didn't explain. But I didn't have a fight after that to take advantage of that. Toriel was never beaten. She's undefeated. And I feel like that's kind of lame. I feel like we need to have Toriel steamroll through like either Chris or Susie or Birdley again. We need to have Toriel like be certified demon Black Air Force energy. Like we need her to be on top. Should we rename it to Lean Frog? Make the logo a really lean frog. So basically Pluie. Oh, I guess you could describe it like that. Birdley comes to Chris's house. That's grammatically incorrect. Okay, whatever. You don't want to play? Wait. You don't want to play? Birdley asked. No, I'd rather watch you play. Chris said, brushing their chestnut-colored hair behind their ear. Their crimson eyes now fully visible to the Bluebeard. They flickered like little embers. It was sort of beautiful. Birdley's chest felt tight. It was distracting. Luckily, he had a distraction from that distraction, and he started a new world and immediately started mining clay. Fucking searched up Polycule AI and I saw AI show a Deltarune image. Okay. Guys, come on. What are you doing? I can't fucking do this. I like building brown bricks with Minecraft. I can't. This is the worst one. Birdley said with a toothy grin. Chris, try not to laugh. Chris, why are you trying not to laugh? That's disrespectful as shit, bruh. Why are you trying not to laugh? But as they did, they got even closer. I'd like to build something of my own. Chris said while caressing Birdley's face. Their gazes locked. Birdley desperately wanted to look away, but did not. Chris? Let's just say you gave my heart a concussion. Chris laughed. Birdley burst out laughing. Good one, Chris. You almost got me. Birdley wiped a tear from his eye. Yeah, right, as if Chris would ever want to, he thought. Birdley pisses himself, leaving a noticeable stain. What the fuck, chat? Chat, lock in. What is this? He was interrupted by a warm feeling on his lips. He opened his eyes and saw that Chris was kissing him on the lips. A million thoughts raced through Berdley's head. All of them seemed pointless. He closed his eyes and pulled Chris in. And then, slam! Chris, honey, you weren't at home, so I assume... She's here, chat. The demon is here. The demon is here. A familiar maternal voice said before Toriel... Maternal voice said, period. Toriel dropped her purse. She held her hands over her... and she held her hands over her mouth in horror. Chris simply gave a thumbs up in response to her mother's horrified look and went back to kissing Berdley. The demon. The demon, Tori. I wish Chris kissed me. The demon is here. Guys, what the fuck? Guys. Chris simply gave a thumbs up to response to their mother's horrified look and went back to kissing Berdley. Berdley, however, felt a deep pit of despair in his chest. He knew Toriel. The woman did everything in her power to avoid him. And now he was on her... I have the perfect theme for Demon Toriel. It's from a fan game, so I can use it. Kissing her child. He could sense another brain injury coming. It was bad. He needed to leave. There was a problem, though. He kind of really enjoyed kissing Chris. And so the concussed Bluebird, deep-seated in fear, was subsumed by the fact that he, an alpha gamer, actually got to kiss someone before his 40s. And last was Toriel. At last was Toriel. 1 million emotions poured through her soul. Emotions like rage, fear, forlorn, and a weird sense of nostalgia even. She was happy that Chris had found someone. For a while, it seemed that Chris would die alone at the age of 36 selling narcotics. This was good news? This is good news, Mark. Demon of Toriel. No. Demon formerly known as Toriel. God, I'm not that good. Story of Undertale is mine. Okay. I'm not going to play Story of Undertale for Toriel. I have a better idea. No, it couldn't be. Across from her chest, precious child. Her innocent child was him. That annoying piece of shit, Berdley. How she had rejoiced that the days coming over to play video games were over. How she had avoided paying her library debt just to avoid seeing his punchable face. And now... he had the audacity to come over to her house in a hospital gown, no less, and corrupt her sweet, innocent child? That son of a bitch would pay. The room felt 20 degrees warm. Okay. We're gonna switch the music, because this is, like, too goofy. This is giving the different kind of vibes. So this is from a fan game. It's not an Undertale fan game, but it is a fan game. So we're going to, use it. Seventh stand user, Dio theme. I have no idea how well this will translate. There's like 8 different versions of this song, but I'm just going to assume that this is this. There we go. He was covered in onion plasm. Alright. The room felt at least 20 degrees warmer. Toriel picked up her purse, gripping it until her knuckles were white, and then she took a step. The floor, littered with Xbox shards, cracked underneath her foot. Berdley looked on in terror. Instinctively, his flight responses were telling him that he needed to leave, or else his hospital debt would be even higher. He pulled away from Chris, a look of genuine terror on his face. Toriel cracked her neck, tilting it to the side. At once, years of strength training became visible to the poor teenage boy. Please, Sophia, No, we're not doing it. Kiss your way out of this one, you reprobate, Toriel said in a deep, foreboding tone. My nose is stuffy. We'll ignore it. Just then, Berdley felt true fear for the first time. These were not the words of a kind old woman, but one look at her face knew that she meant every single word. Chris turned to look at their mother, feeling her uncharacteristic rage in the air, and said, "Oh, hey, Mom, this is Berdley. Can he stay over for the night?" There's a... The night, Birdley repeated, a growing feeling of red on his face. Chris, go to your room, Toriel said in a voice just loud enough to be heard. It was clear she was at her limit. Mom, Chris started but was cut off. Do as you're told before I lose what little self-control I have left, Toriel screamed. The entire house shook in terror. Chris was shocked. Their mother had never raised her voice. Please play Celebrity Feud after this song, pretty please. No. Chris, this is no time to be nonchalant. She had never raised her voice at them before. It felt scary, like this woman they had known their entire life has changed, and without saying a word, left for the stairs, leaving Birdley alone. Mrs. Dreamer, I'm terribly sorry, Birdley said to him, started to explain himself, but was cut off by Toriel's hand gripping itself like a python around his neck. You! She uttered in a deep guttural tone. Hinjaka! Alright, if Birdley could go, good. Fuck, if Birdley could, he'd gulp. Toriel lifted Birdley up by the neck so they were eye to eye. Never come to this house again! Venom leaking from her mouth as she did. If Birdley could explain himself, if Birdley could only tell her how much he cared for Chris, but he would have been cut off again anyway. Never speak to Chris again, she said, barely containing her self-righteous fury. Screw the dialogue. Should be your, not your. Where? Oh, you are. There we go. There we go. You're. Never speak to me again. Her grip tightened even harder. It was becoming harder to breathe. She lifted Birdley over her head before choke slamming him through the couch. The dusty old couch smashed to smithereens. A piece of wood jammed itself into Birdley's side, drawing blood. This made Toriel see red. ... literally. She clasped the fist tightly, and then another. She looked straight down at Birdley, reeling in pain before launching a rapid-fire volley of punches at the downed bird. Trust me, Birdley is God's gift, who descended from the heavens to bless us with disguising himself as an obnoxious teenage bird. Just singing myself for the rest of the stream, then bye. Okay. Bye, I gotta sleep. Okay, bye. I'm gonna try to go longer than 10 hours, I think. I don't know. Birdley felt the pain of every blow. It must be at least 1,000 before his body went numb. Each blow he felt like an explosion of pain. Blood splattered the walls. He felt his hollow bones cracking underneath her attack. The house shook. The floor cracked, creating a crater where Toriel stood over Birdley. He was grasping for air. He was covered in blood. His ribs were shattered and he probably had a third concussion. He grabbed Toriel's leg, begging for mercy, but she showed him none. With a look of absolute disgust, she kicked him through the wall of the house. Birdley slid against the grass growing outside, piling it up behind him. Birdley was seeing stars. He could not get up out of the grassy hole he was now in. He coughed up blood. He looked to the floor, fearing that this might be the end. But then he felt the warm feeling above. It was Toriel, mustering up all the magic power she had into one massive fireball that was consuming the wall of her house. It looked like a tiny sun in the palm of her hand. It was about the size of a yoga ball. It pulsated with the light of justice. Longer than 10 hours if I can. If not, then... Okay, let me tell you a secret, chat. These fanfiction streams are the most lucrative thing on my channel right now. It is the most financially viable option for me to continue doing these streams until the end of time. Let me tell you, chat. This is my job. I need money. Mario's mystery meat, yeah. Aliens are gonna find this stream and deem themselves too lowly to interact with us. Don't burn yourself out. I'm not burning myself out. There's plenty of energy in the tank. Toriel. Yeah, I already read that. Terrified, Birdley stumbled to his feet. Okay, and here is where I changed the music again. Because this is what the kids call hype moments in Aura. Alright, let's find a mother's love. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Banana, banana, no, no, banana, no, 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 no. Eventually, I'll get burned out. And when I do, I'll stream something else for a while. Wow, wowie! Hype moments in Aura! It usually takes me a couple months to get burned out on something, to be honest. Terrified, Burley stumbled to his feet. He couldn't feel his left wing, so he just clutched the right into a fist. Mustering all the magic of his own, he felt the winds of the north, the east, the west, and south come together. His feathers came together and ruffled within a new feeling of determination deep within the bluebird. No, he couldn't let Toriel win and push him around. He had been beaten all day. First by his supposed best friend, then by that charlatan of a doctor, and now by Chris's mom. The concussions stirred his brain. He shouldn't be able to stand, let alone think. But among his bloodied and bruised face, he could only think of one thing. I need to win. Okay, bye, Spamton. He should be unconscious, but he was not. A lesser monster would have been dusted by those attacks. His courage, his grit, his power, and yes, his enjoyment of kissing Chris all filled him with a new feeling. He smiled. The winds grew wilder around him, forming a tornado around him, immersing him within wind, and then suddenly, he could feel his left wing again. His ribs were intact, his brain felt clear, and there was no more blood. His glasses had been turned into an angular visor. The torn hospital gown he was wearing transformed itself into a long white cape. That should be hyphened. Sleeveless chest plate with an emblem of Falco on it. Fuck, I can't speak. And his legs were wrapped within leather pants with knee-high wrestling boots. The feather was covered in black highlights, and his eyes had thick black eyes around them. He looked like a real gamer. Toriel grunted, her rage now consuming her 100-fold. Her veins became visible on her head, and the size of the fireball tripled, consuming the backside of the house, setting it on fire. As the inferno swelled, Chris ran down the stairs. Mom, the house is on fire! But Chris was silenced by the scene before them. Toriel had become a slave to her rage, being consumed by the ever-potent toxin of hatred, and in front of her was a warrior of light, a true alpha male, Birdley in a new form. And wait, was he wearing guyliner? Oh man, what was that thumbnail? Peak. Toriel domain expansion 1. Fun fact, don't die. You can't die from it. Chris was overwhelmed at the sight of the handsome paladin, but also felt pure dread. Their dearest mother and their beloved squaring off in a fight to the death. Wait! And Chris screamed, holding out their hand to their mother, but it was too late. Toriel fired her attack. Take this, Lotus Inferno! She roared. The fireball headed towards Birdley with blinding speed, but Birdley only smirked in response. Then, he cracked his masculine knuckles by flexing his hand before moving them to his face in a diamond formation before his hands changed to the silhouette of a heart. This is the power of true love, Penumbra Phantasm. Toriel will be overthrown. Will overthrow Satan himself. I'm loving how over Demon Toriel is with you guys. A green energy consumed Birdley as a bright light appeared from his hands, and a gust of wind from the entire continent began to roar. Birdley ejected the blinding light forward. The two attacks met, and a new neon light shined over all of Hometown. The attacks struggled with dominance, pushing against each other as Birdly and Toriel screamed with all their might. Why won't you just die? Toriel exploded. She mustered up all the flame magic she had in a helix formation to support her Lotus Inferno. Hey, foolish woman! Gamers don't die, they respond! Birdly cackled as he used the winds of the entire planet to keep Toriel's winds at bay. Which is... the writing is fire. Mortified, Chris ran back to the... I like how this started out as a normal shitpost fic and it became so much more. Drenched in flames, they went over to that rusted yet stained birdcage they kept, and inside was that eldritch asswipe, their soul controlled by somebody else. I'm gonna do an ellipses here. Somebody else. They sighed and decided it was better to have their help. It might be too late as they heard an ear-splitting explosion from outside as the world was drenched in a bright light. When the dust cleared out, the Dreamer home, where the Dreamer home once was a massive crater. The once lush forest standing outside it had been reduced to ash. Chris grunted. They were knee-deep in a pile of ash and dirt. Somehow, they'd survived. They wiped their eyes and looked ahead. There was no sign of either Birdly or Toriel. They had failed. Both of them must be. The thought made them tear up. They couldn't imagine life without either one of them. Birdly had been their friend since childhood, and while they never admitted it, they always had feelings for him. And Toriel, sweet Toriel, their loving mother, no matter what, she was always there for them. The somber feeling consumed the air. Smash! Suddenly, for an instant, Toriel reappeared and was punching Birdly in the face, and he was kneeing her in the stomach. It must have been an optical illusion. There's no way. My ass is on fire. What is this? Oh my god, Tricky Toby is in this. Birdly.exe, the god of hyper gamer. Crash. No, this time for only an instant. Birdly was hitting Toriel with sweet chin music. I don't think you guys know what that is, but whatever. Toriel was cringing. Was cringing in pain. No. That couldn't be. That's a typo. Couldn't be possible. Bam. This time the two appeared for roughly 15 seconds. They were punching each other's fists, beating each other's jabs, blow for blow, even in speed, even in power. Each punch grew a mini shockwave. Chris couldn't believe their eyes. Birdly and their mother weren't dead. They were still fighting, but moving at speeds too fast for the human or monster eye to see. Hey, Sophia, how's it going? Oh, hey. I don't think you've been in chat before, but hey, what's up? Sing again for the astronomically. Okay, $2. Okay. I fell from the light. Talk or should I fight? Monster genocide. My Undertale. I fell through a cave on Mount Ebot. I fought an evil talking flower in a pot. Explains the plot. Wants me dead, wants me to rot. Toriel saves me, takes me to her home, and hooks me up with a brand new monster phone. Leaves me alone. By myself, I meet some bones. The thumbnail. I'm homicidal and I got a taste. I want to walk about the monster race. I got no patience, I got no resolve. I will slaughter, screw the dialogue. Whoa, whoa, story of Undertale. Whoa, 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 story of Undertale. Will that suffice? Clapping for Peak Fiction. They should make this in the Bible. Okay. Okay. Will that suffice? I kind of wanted to continue reading this. Story of Birdly Tale True. I have a lot of ideas for the second arc, but we need to finish this arc first. The two appeared for roughly 15 seconds. They were punching each other's fists, meeting each other. The jabs they threw blow for blow. Each punch they drew a mini shockwave. Chris couldn't believe their eyes. Birdly and their mother weren't dead. They were still fighting, but moving too fast for the human or monster to see. Your house catches on fire and you lip sync Story of Undertale. I love your singing, Sophia. You're so good at singing. Crying because of the beautiful singing? Oh, well, I was in high school choir, I guess. Chris gulped. I don't know how to feel about that. Everyone usually says my singing is terrible. Anyway, Chris gulped. There was little to any hope of stopping the fight now. Birdly raised his fist and volleyball spiked Toriel to the ground. Toriel hit the ground hard, bouncing back up into the air after making contact with it. She still landed on her feet, however. She dug her heels into the floor, gritted her teeth, wiping her mouth of the blood that was now there. Birdly stood in the air, wings crossed. How? How did you get so strong? Toriel said, her anger boiling over into frustration. Well, it occurred to me that Birdly liked you. Okay. What can it be of service to you, friend? Okay, well, just sit back, enjoy the recap, and then we'll get to writing the final fight of the arc. Okay. The fact that singing was so angelic for Story of Undertale. You guys are so nice. What the hell? You're going to have to try a little harder than that. Toriel angrily outstretched her arm to the side. Reign of the Fireflies, she said under her breath as 1,000 tiny flames appeared behind her. Birdly's expression changed, and one by one, the tiny flames followed him with blinding speed. Birdly flew as fast as he could in a crescent arc formation. One by one, the tiny embers expanded. Exploding behind him in spectacular fashion, Birdly only barely managed to escape unscathed. Breathing a quick sigh of relief, he then made a quick slashing motion with his wing. An invisible slash of air followed forward with blinding speed. Toriel somehow anticipated the splash and did a triple backflip away from it. She looked around. Birdly had vanished. Toriel knew it was only a matter of time before. Wham! She felt the taste of blood in her mouth. Birdly had kicked her with blinding speed in the stomach. She went flying back and landed on the pavement that used to lead to her house, but now leads nowhere. She coughed blood. Red now littered her purple school attire, but she didn't care at all. All she felt was pure hatred. Birdly appeared again, this time to her right, as he charged a spin kick, but she countered with a stiff force palm to his jaw. He stumbled back, creating a perfect opening. Toriel unleashed a flurry of sidekicks into Birdly's torso, finishing him off with a high knee to the Birdly's beak. Birdly, however, responded with a headbutt to Toriel's face, cracking the nose bones of the goat mom. Her nose begins to bleed. Birdly follows it up with a clothesline, and Toriel falls to the ground, and Birdly preps an axe kicks in response. Toriel knew, however, that if Birdly landed that blow, it would be all over. Clap. Toriel clapped her palms together, and when she opened them, a fiery vortex was created. Whirling fire of hell, she whispered. Suddenly, Birdly was engulfed in the spiral of flames. Like a vortex, there was no escape. Her attack had created a vacuum against it. What is this? The blue bird of misfortune uttered as he was consumed by the flames. No, seriously, I need to catch up. Okay, so Toriel and Birdly are fighting because Toriel came home and found Birdly kissing Chris. Give up. There is no escape from my whirling fire of hell. It'll surround you until your dying days, she explained. Oh, that all? Birdley said cockily. With a whoosh of the wind, the attack was gone. But how? Toriel asked. I am the master of the turbulent wind. Fire needs the... Okay, there we go. Fire needs air to expand, so I simply removed the air from the flames. It's like a dumb anime explanation. That works. Witnessing modern day Shakespeare. Chris Birdley and Toriel was pissed, yes. Just came here, what the hell, okay. Okay, yeah, I remember that from last time. Okay, then you're caught up for this section of the story. We're going to keep going, though. We've been streaming for 1 hour. How? It doesn't matter. I saw you kissing Chris. I am very homophobic. It's not that she's homophobic. She just hates Birdley. Oh, by the way, everyone, please like the stream. It helps me out a ton. So, if you like what you're seeing, please like the stream. Birdley said, cocking his head to the side in utter arrogance. Toriel had the strong urge to make him bleed for that fuck-ass comment. So she balled her fists and threw a jab at Birdley's head. Birdley simply moved his head to the right. She tried again, this time with a stiff knee, but Birdley simply backflipped out of the way. Toriel smiled, clicking her fingers. A massive pillar of fire then appeared right where Birdley landed. Toriel pants, assuming that the fight is won. She smiles to herself, but the creeping feeling of regret of her actions started to catch up with her. Oh God, what have I done? She wonders to herself, was it really worth it? Saving Chris's honor by murdering a child? Tears welled up in her eyes. She really was just like him. This is also foreshadowing for like a really dumb joke. Alpha gamer phobic. Kirby Air Riders. They could play that later. Good thing I'm not that guy. There, it's Spamton's favorite fucking line. Birdley said in his familiar, shrill, and annoying tone. With that, all the regret Toriel had vanquished instantly, and the murderous rage she had once felt came back tenfold. This bird was really pissing her off. I'm not liking this shit. Damn. Then dislike it. Toriel's face contorted into a demonic grin as she vanished from view. Birdley stayed alert, looking to his left and right with heavy suspicion before. Toriel wrapped around Birdley with an expertly crafted rear naked choke, suffocating the bluebird. Birdley began to gasp for air as Toriel began maniacally laughing, as Birdley's face became even bluer. Favorite part is when you sang Story of Undertale twice. Yeah. Birdley squatted down before taking off again. He started to fly in an erratic formation, trying to shake Toriel off, but her grip was as tight as iron. He could feel himself losing consciousness. This was bad. He did not want to die, but as he was flying above hometown, he lost too much air out of his lungs and began to plummet to the town below. Tentacle Yowie aftermath. Why was he covered in onion plasm? You'll just have to wait to find out. Onion Son gave him a hug. That's it. What is onion plasm? With Mach 245 speed, they both crashed into the side of the road. Luckily, evening traffic had ceased, and there were barely any innocent civilians in the road. However, the massive crater left in the intersection would cost Mayor Holiday and taxpayers millions. The crash was loud, and along with the light show from earlier, caused some passerby to look on. Alphys, the humble yet terrible schoolteacher, looked on in horror.
Oh God, Toriel, Berkeley, are they? Oh my God!
Glad I'm not back.
Yes, officer, there's two bodies on the intersection. They fell from the sky.
The response from the other end of the phone was as swift as it was loud. Okay, I'm gonna pause A Mother's Love for a second because we have a break from the fight. Okay. This works. You could even say they fell from the light. Oh god. Oh god, is this just gonna be the bit for today's stream? What is the plot? Okay, so Birdley, after receiving a chair shot from Noelle and getting beaten up by Gaster, kisses Chris on the mouth. Toriel finds out about this and is not happy, so she goes full demon mode and beats the fucking shit out of Birdley. This story is kind of ass. Okay, well, how do we make it better? Come on, chat. We're writing this with you. The mysterious shelter at the edge of town. So mysterious, so beautiful, so Eram. What could possibly be in there? Suddenly, the doors were kicked open by a heavy boot. The corpse of the roaring knight was thrown on the ground with a hard slam. Ridley is covered with the onion. Pleasant thinks onion song. We're keeping that line, by the way. We might be rewriting the ending, but we're keeping that line. And walked out was Police Chief Undyne. Her hair was messy, her sleeves had been ripped up. She was holding a bloody sleeve in her muscular hands. She huffed and puffed after a battle well fought, and yet she was still needed. With blinding speed, she ran at Mach 2 to the scene of a brand new crime. She arrived, foaming at the mouth. Crime was her worst enemy, and yet stopping crime is what drove her to be better. And dying on the street, that was a crime. Will you upload this fanfic onto the internet? Yes. It just needs to be done first. She whipped her head towards Alphys. Huh. Oh, you said there was a crime. The bags under her eyes said everything Alphys needed to know.
God, Undyne, you look terrible. What happened?
Nothing. I just had to fraud check some punk, she said with a confident grin on her face. So, who are the dead people? Undyne asked nonchalantly, freaking Alphys out.
Undyne, how do you know if they're dead? They could just be unconscious.
Alphys reasoned, hoping her only friend and one of her students wasn't dead. Fuck, dude, I'm already cooked. Good point. You're smart, you know that, Al. You're smart, you know that, Al. I don't know how to say that in a better tone. What have I stumbled upon to? Okay, Toriel and Birdley have a Dragon Ball Z fight after Toriel finds Birdley kissing Chris. There we go. Undyne is going to check their bodies to see if they're dead. Alphys blushed. She wasn't used to being complimented by savage warrior women, but swallowed her embarrassment. Undyne, however, jumped and then PNG slid into the crater where it happened. Upon closer inspection, the two, despite being covered in scrapes and blood, were in one piece. The boss monster had landed face first into the asphalt, but was the boss monster sleeping? Wait, was that Asgore's ex? That was weird. The other monster appeared The other monster appeared to be in an ascended state, a state a monster can reach if given the right amount of determination. They couldn't beat Nightmare, Chad. Oh, they're lesbians. One Piece. The One Piece is real. Okay. Okay. Undyne was impressed. She thought that she was the only one in Hometown who could muster up the ability to maintain the ascended form. Just then, the ascended monster sat up, his eyes wide. Birdley was amazed how he had survived at all. It was a good thing nobody was around, or else he might have accidentally killed someone. He then turned his head to Officer to look at Officer Undyne, but by the looks of things, she had also gone through hell. He grunted. He wasn't done with Toriel yet. She attempted to kill him, and as a gamer, he couldn't let that slide. With one elegant half-A press, Birdley jumped to his feet and began walking over to the asleep Toriel. He gritted his teeth and grimaced. "Get up," Birdley said. "Whoa, kid, what do you think you're..." Undyne started. "Get up, we're not done yet," Birdley screamed. Undyne put herself in between Birdley and his rival. "Why the late stream?" Because I was busy all day with family stuff. All 3 weeks are just going to be the first season like One Piece. Did you change your channel name? I don't remember it being Sophia the Worst. Yeah, I did. "Listen, kid, you've sustained pretty heavy damage. You need to go to a medical facility." Birdley cringed at the very idea of going to another hospital after his earlier experience. "Get out of my way," he said, removing his cracked visor, revealing his eyes that totally didn't have guy liner. Undyne put her hand up to Birdley's shoulder. "Listen, I know you don't want to hear this. I was a pretty hot-headed kid, you know. I got into my fair share of fights, but that form, it has a weakness. If you keep using it, it'll... End the fight now, kid," Undyne pleaded. "What time is it on your side?" It's almost midnight." Birdley pressed forward. He wanted to proceed. Birdley just walked forward. He wanted to proceed. Aroo! Undyne looked at Birdley's eyes with raw determination. It looked so familiar to her. Pissed her off just as much as it did then, too. "Fine, be that way," she said, gritting her teeth, creating a volley of spears in front of her. "Seems like you're gonna have to learn the hard way," she said before. Okay. What? I'm gonna have to load the sound effect up. Give me a sec. Sleep dog? Nah. I'm not tired. There we go. There we go. That's what happened. That's what happened to Undyne. Undyne was face planted onto the dirt below, utterly unconscious. Above her was Toriel, her fist radiating smoke off of it. With one uncanny motion, she contorted her body to look at Birdley with a demonic grin. Her smile said it all. It really wasn't over.
"Oh my god!"
Alfie screamed and then ran away to look for someone else to help. Toriel, however, simply flexed her muscles, and a fire-like aura surrounded her. Birdley took a defensive stance by instinct, but then Toriel vanished again. Birdley panicked. Where could she have gone? Then the realization had hit Birdley. She had never left. He turned around and there was a fiery fist in her hand, a smile so wide it was tearing the seams of her mouth. Birdley tried to move, but... "Divine fist! Holy fire!" she said with manic joy as the fist contacted not with Birdley, that wasn't her target, but the ground below him. The crater The three of them in erupted like a volcano, and a massive explosion engulfed Birdly and Undine. See ya, Chad. I don't want to spend too much time online on Christmas Day. It's fair. The demon, formerly known as Toriel, threw her head back and began cackling in laughter. Miles away, Birdly appeared, injured Undine in hand. His left side was pretty heavily burned. His right side was Officer Undine. Still unconscious. I feel like we just do this. Yeah. Undine, still unconscious and unscathed. Damn it, Birdly said. The nerves on the right side of his body were destroyed. He couldn't feel anything, but he remembered the searing heat and smell of burning feathers. All of that filled him with rage. He dropped off Undine at the hospital, leaving her at the front step. Toriel had been laughing for 40 minutes. Then started to take her fingers and claw them across her face, drawing blood everywhere. Her laughter had been drawn quite the scene of concerned neighbors and friends worried about her safety, yet too concerned to actually intervene. I did it! I finally did it! He's dead! She roared into the sky. Wait, it's Christmas Gate. It's going to be Boxing Day for me soon. A familiar yet irritating voice chimed in. Wave dashing, not a technique I thought I'd ever use. It was true. Only by wave dashing could Birdly create enough speed. This is so fucking stupid. Speed to avoid Toriel's divine fist. Birdly had always considered himself a gamer with principles, which is why he would never stoop to such a low. But against Toriel, none of that mattered. Toriel immediately stopped laughing. Instead, her gaze drifted towards Birdly with a look of raw, untamed animosity. Toriel then vanished. Birdly's eyes widened. He felt like a truck hit him in the abdomen as Toriel planted her fist deep within Birdly's chest. He could feel his organs rupturing. She roared like some kind of knight. Okay, chat. Okay. 1-inch punch, she uttered under her breath. Birdly gasped for air. He was sent flying backwards into the side of QC's diner. The wall of the esteemed fast food diner cracked under Birdly's back as he slammed against it. Birdly fell to his knees, gasping for air. How many pages is this? 35. We're almost done. Toriel grimaced and vanished again. When she reappeared, she was right in front of Birdly. A look of indescribable malice stretched across her face. Birdly jumped to his feet, sweating bullets. He let out a warrior's cry and punched Toriel in the face as hard as he could, but she did not move an inch. His fist had buried itself into her cheek. Birdly was overcome with fear. He began to rapidly fire punches, as if fired from a high-powered caliber machine gun into Toriel's chest, but Toriel did not move, simply eating the bluebird's offense. Sorry, dude. Birdly was confused. Why were his attacks not working? An hour ago, Toriel and him were more or less evenly matched. Birdly then remembered what the officers had to say. Something about the limitation of this form? Oh, balls. Birdly was in for an ass-whooping. Toriel reached out a mighty hand and gripped the young man's head. With zero effort, she lifted him off the ground and smirked. Birdly attempted to continue his attack, but was no match for what Toriel did next. With all of her might, she used every muscle in her body to slam Birdly through the wall of QC's diner. Why the fuck is Birdly still fighting Toriel? He has to lose. Immediately, the once friendly and inviting space that was QC's diner was now filled with confusion and fear as Birdly was thrown across the diner with a flick of the wrist. Birdly crashed into Caddy and Jockington's table, a milkshake being spilt onto his now cracked chest plate, with fries now caught in his ruffled feathers. What the fuck are you doing here? Caddy said, her eyes being ripped away from her phone. Run, please, Birdley pleaded to his classmates. Yo, Birdman, how's it flying? Chalkington added, eating a fry out of Birdley's hair. I'm telling you to run away, Birdley pleaded. Why? Caddy asked, rolling her eyes. Birdley was now making a scene. The entire diner looked at him and started murmuring amongst themselves. Hey, Birdbrain, I got a business. I'm trying to run it. Got it? And QC said behind the register. Birdley cringed. He knew what was coming next, but he couldn't bear to watch. A loud footstep was heard through the massive hole in the wall, and suddenly the entire room was quiet. The diner, despite being full of people who knew her, did not recognize the animal Toriel had become. She walked through the now silent diner. Toriel looked at the pathetic state before her. Once with the strength to rival her might, Birdley laid there covered in blood, his precious cape ripped, his chest piece cracked, his pants ripped, and his body covered in intense scars. Birdley, the man who wanted to steal her precious child away, now lay on a broken table, panting in fear. The feeling was exhilarating, like taking a shot of morphine. Toriel smiled and simply said, "Move or die with him." She raised her hand and whispered, "Lotus Inferno." And in an instant, a massive fireball was created. I just can't get over this, dude. A fireball was created in her hand. Caddy and Jockington were shocked. They saw the woman who had taught them how to read, the woman who invited them over several times to play with Chris, now preparing an attack to murder them. They had never felt fear like this. Both of them with blinding speed ran for the hills. It's like he's in some sort of fire grave. What if Birdley had possibly done to deserve this treatment? Birdley smiled. At least his fellow classmates number 5 and 86th specifically would be okay. Toriel closed her fist, and with that, she fired another Lotus Inferno. The side of the restaurant exploded. Ice Wolf doesn't show up, we riot. Okay, Ice Wolf could show up in the trial, I guess. Suddenly, Birdley appeared to her left, prepping a super kick to the skull, but Toriel simply vanished, dodging the move. Birdley was really badly hurt. His chest plate was gone. He was now covered in burns. He needed a plan if he was going to get out alive. Just then, Toriel reappeared behind him, giving him a bear hug so tight it cracked one of his ribs, and then she fell backward, creating a perfect German suplex. As Birdley hit the concrete hard, he flopped upwards, which was the perfect opening for Toriel, who executed a perfect roundhouse kick to Birdley's spine, sending him flying forward at the speed of sound. Birdley was able to catch himself mid-flight, stretching out all of his limbs. He was able to catch himself in the place he looked around. It was I feel like in place is better. In place, comma, he looked around. He was at the far side of town near the lake in that Flower King shop nobody really actually bought anything from. This was his chance to fly away and regain his strength. Sure, retreating wasn't the most alpha move, but it seemed like the only option he had left. With a heavy heart, he began to fly away. He would regain his strength and then come back for Chris. He just knew he would. Okay. Now I do my best manic laugh. Okay, this is the best I got right now. Whatever, I'm a little tired. His blood ran cold as he heard the familiar demonic laugh, but that wasn't right. Laughter sounded like it was coming above him, but that couldn't be possible. Toriel couldn't fly. The entire fight, she had left in the air to meet Birdley's aerial attacks. And as he flew, a Birdley execution. And as he flew, he was confronted by the new horrific reality he had come to live in. Bro, that manic laugh was really good. First, the sun had been blocked out, and Burley was covered in a silhouette of shade. Burley looked in horror, and he saw a vision that it would come to define his nightmares. Toriel was holding up a rusted, dented blue Ford in her hands. They were curving the metal bumper of the car inward as she lifted it. "Don't ever come near me or my child again." Burley's eyes widened. Toriel repositioned himself midair, bringing the truck down underneath her, letting gravity take its course. With a speed rivaling that of a bullet train, the Ford fell, carrying Toriel with it. Burley prepared another wind slash, but as he fired, it only did minimal damage to the Ford. The Queen's chariot could not be stopped. Papyrus, save us. So... Crash. The bumper slammed into Burley, and he succumbed to the weight of the vehicle and fell along with it, crushing his bones. Splash! Papyrus, save us, bro. I remember when I was writing this and chat was just like, "Burley, pack it up, you're cooked." The vehicle came into Hometown's lake, creating a tidal wave that flooded the east side of town. Burley was nowhere to be seen. Toriel landed gracefully on a picnic table and cracked her neck. "I did it. He's dead." A deep, evil laughter roared through Toriel's lungs. At first it was a normal laugh, but it grew to the point where it could not stop. The last 30 minutes had made the once respectable schoolteacher lose her mind. Burley Avian was dead, and she had become everything she had hated. Wasn't it all so funny? The thought of facing Chris, telling them that their bird friend was dead, the awful look on their face, the years she would spend in prison. It all seemed so horrible, but her life was over. Her life was over, and yet she couldn't stop laughing. The pain from the flight, the cuts on her face, the blood on her favorite outfit, it was all so funny. Important question, is Toriel homophobic in this fic? No. Chris watching their boyfriend get eviscerated, bro. She couldn't stop laughing. The pain from the fight, the cuts on her face, the blood on her favorite outfit, it was all so funny. She thought of how hypocritical she was, getting angry at Asgore for his rage while burying decades of hers. Tears rolled from her eyes, the laughs grew hoarse and shrill, and yet she did not stop. She could not stop. Alright guys, ready for Tentacle Yowie? How does one get so annoyed? Alright, Burley was at the bottom of the lake, unconscious. He was still alive, and yet he had returned to his base form. His body had been broken and beaten. It seemed like his fate was to drown at the bottom of the lake. If Burley was conscious, he would remember the first time he had played Dire Docks level in Mario 64. How that had scared him as a hatchling. It was ironic. He was about to meet the same fate as Mario did that day. The hell is YouTube recommending me? Peak Fiction. It was just then that Onion Son was swimming home from a long day of wishing they had friends. This was until they came across a very, very interesting... Fuck you guys for suggesting that. A blue truck at the bottom of the lake? Huh? That was weird. Did someone forget how to drive or something? Oh wait, what was lodged underneath it? It looks like a person. It was strange. Who got run over underwater? No, perhaps he was just sleeping. That's it. Sleeping underwater. Something completely normal people did. Onion-san swam up to him, striking a friendly conversation. "Hey there, buddy! You shouldn't be sleeping like that, you hear? I slept under a big truck like that one day, and it really hurt my spine for a whole month, you hear? Actually, I don't even know if I have a spine." The person didn't respond. How rude. Oh wait, they were all blue. Did this person drown? What is Ralsei? What if Ralsei was hella ripped for no reason? Every character in this fic is hella ripped for no reason. Are you drowning? If yes, say. If so, say. If yes, say so. If no, say nothing. Onion-san waited for 3 seconds before remembering that drowned people couldn't talk. Oh golly, oh gee! Onion-san began to worry. They had never attended a drowning person before. Just then, Birdly awoke, choking on his watery tomb. He looked out desperately towards Onion-san, the only person that could save him. It took all of his might, but Birdly outstretched a wing. Please, oh God, help me, he thought, clawing through the water. Onion-san, however, looked on and cocked their head. What a weird person, they thought. First he had pretended to drown, and now he was actually drowning. Onion-san wondered if they should abandon him, but then they were reminded that they had no friends, no family, no job, and basically talked to salmon all day. This one weird person pretending to drown was the only person they had seen all month. Onion-san realized that if they abandoned this weird blue thing, they would be alone forever. So with a bubbly sigh, they took out a tentacle and pulled out Birdly's mangled body out from under the truck. Then they took him back to their home. Toriel had lost her voice, yet somehow she was still laughing. The gentle song of the crickets fell over the hometown as the emergency services were spread thin, caring for the destroyed town. Ambulances shrieked, police questioned, and yet somehow it had been hours and Toriel had still not been caught. She wondered if perhaps it was fate. Was she untouchable? She thought it was hilarious. She heard leaves crunch before her instinctively. She turned around, ready to fight. Oh, it was him. By the way, just a reminder, what I did to Asgore here is your fault. You wanted me to do this to him. It could have been Chris. But you guys wanted Asgore instead. Asgore stood, a concerned look stretched across his face. He had a thermos with golden flower tea in it. Okay, I'm changing the music. This needs an atmosphere. Golden flower tea, fuck you, we've been through this, Asgore, no. What does this one sound like? No. I'm gonna put Nothing But the Truth on. Nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. Where is that? There it is. Someone should turn this into a fan game. Oh God, I hope so. It was him. Asgore stood, a concerned look stretched over his face. He had a thermos with golden flower tea in it, in his right hand, and in his left a beat-up old flashlight. He looked disheveled, like he hadn't slept in years. Toriel scoffed. This pathetic creature in front of her was nothing. One attack and he would be reduced to dust. She grinned. This would be fun. I've seen this series on my For You page 94 times. Should I watch it? Yes, you should watch it. Hello, Tori. I was looking for my truck, and then I found the bottom of my floor of my flower shop covered in lake water, and can't find my truck. So have you seen it? Asgore asked. For whatever reason, the woman he still loved was somehow so terrifying to him. She hopped off the picnic table with childish delight as she did. She whipped her head towards Asgore, her neck cracking as she did. She walked forward. Asgore stepped back, a cold sweat brewing on his forehead. Deltarune, we really got Deltarune before 2026. Tori, Asgore said, feeling a shiver from the inside of his body. Toriel smiled a toothy grin. She stared at him a long time while looking deep into his soul. Asgore simply stared back in silence. Asgore, do you remember why we split? She said with a cool calmness in her voice. It reminded Asgore of a certain someone. It sent shivers down his spine. I'm mixing up all the pronouns today. Sorry, chat. Yes, well, it was because I had too few many drinks. Beers, Toriel corrected. Oh, yes, a few too many beers, and then I crashed my... I can't say this with a straight face. Okay. This isn't from Hacknet, this is from Undertale Yellow. I crashed into the school, killing about 6 or was it 7 children? Asgore held his head in shame. He had tried everything to forget that night. He was so ashamed of losing his job and the disgust Chris and Toriel had felt for him. And just as he was finally about to forget, Toriel had reminded him of that shame. He felt so disgusted with himself. He couldn't remember how many times he just wanted to end it all. Why? Why was Toriel reminding him of the worst night of his life? Sorry, I was getting groceries when I missed. That dreaded Toriel stood there with a patient grin before bowing her head. I'm sorry for how I acted that day, she said calmly. She raised her head, eyes full of tears. She sniffled. Toriel began to cry. It seems after everything, I am nothing but a hypocrite, Toriel explains, wiping tears from her eyes. Are you winning, streamer? I think so. Asgore's heart pounded under the pressure. This woman, despite everything, had still loved him, his partner, the only one who could truly understand him. With a heavy heart and tears in his eyes, he walked over to comfort the woman he had once called his wife, the woman he hoped would one day take him back. He walked over and gave her a hug. Every time 6-7 is mentioned, this Vic of Force falls over and fucking dies. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Toriel began to sob. Asgore rubbed her back. She wrapped her arms around him and smiled. She turned to Asgore and kissed him for the first time since they had divorced. She caressed his bearded face. Is this driving my car type shit? I never stopped loving you, she said with her usual kind face. Asgore felt light for the first time in forever. Maybe, just maybe, everything was going to be okay. Yeah, he could come home and they would be a family again. Before he felt a sinking pain in his chest. You guys did this! I could have done Chris! Toriel, how dare you? You guys wanted this. I have to remind you that you guys wanted this. It could have been Chris instead. What was this? Toriel was still smiling, but why? Why was he... He coughed up blood. 1-inch punch, she whispered in her former lover's ear. The hell is going on? I think this may have been a bad time to join the stream. Okay. So Demon Toriel, after beating the shit out of Birdly for kissing Chris, has fully lost her mind. And then Asgore, who was unlucky enough to be her first victim, walked up to her and gave her a hug. And then Toriel kissed him and said that she still loved him before fucking punching him really hard in the chest and cracking all of his ribs. Asgore's fucking dead. No, He's not dead. He's not dead. He's just going to be in the hospital. I have like zero context for this. Wait, I got the shit beaten out of me. Yeah, dude, you shouldn't have kissed Chris. Bro, you have to make out with Onion Son now. It's fucking dead. Bro, you got mixed too. You got like a fucking car thrown at you and everything. Asgore collapsed to his knees. Why? Why had Toriel done this? Toriel knelt down, a smile scratching across her face. What a miserable creature, she whispered, barely containing her ghastly amusement. She gripped Asgore's balding head and slammed it into the ground below, knocking him out instantly. Toriel threw her head back and started laughing as loud as she could. We got Deltarune! Who voted for this? Who wanted this? What is this, Peak Fanfiction? Berdley's awful, no good, very bad day. We got Toriel Deltarune. Go do Tentacle Yowie. I could beat Toriel. Bro, she has 80 defense. We're not beating that shit. She laughed as loud as she could. She began to think about how she was really no better than him, and for some reason that made her happy. She pulled back her leg and kicked Asgore in the ribs over and over and over, cackling with demonic glee as she did. The wet cracking noises of flesh and bones breaking and fracturing filled her with glee. Why am I being shipped with Onion Son? The chat did it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The chat decided it. That like I was like gonna have Onion Son heal you, and then like the chat kept spamming Tentacle Yowie. Asgore, you're getting fucked up. Your defense is nothing to a gun. No. See? Stop, police! A familiar tone had shouted. Toriel cocked her head. Of course! It was Officer Undyne. Toriel remembered when Undyne was just a cadet Asgore was training, and now look at her, all grown up. She didn't even shake as she held her pistol at Toriel. The improvement was remarkable. Toriel thought it was funny. She was once so small, and yet here she was pretending to be a big girl. Toriel held out her hands, stretched to her sides in a pose that screamed, "Come at me." Bang! Undyne fired her pistol. The bullet hit its mark, jamming Toriel in between the eyes, but the bullet merely bounced off her face as if it was nothing. Toriel opened her mouth wide in amusement. Tentacle Yowie? Why not Tentacle Yuri? Undyne smirked. Worth a shot, she said before tossing her gun to the side. Suddenly, an array of spears appeared around Undyne. She cracked her knuckles. Come on, I promise this won't end like last time, Undyne said confidently. Undyne packing airsoft bullets, bro. What? You knocked out? Toriel said, smiled, revealing her horrible, uncanny teeth. No, this time it'll end with you 6 feet under. Undyne's lip curled up in anger. Was this self-righteous bitch really talking to her this way? Undyne charged up at Toriel. On guard! She yelled. Undyne, you're washed. Okay. We're changing the theme back. Is this hell? You got them Nerf bullets, bro. You are not winning. Your ass is grass. So now, I think that was probably the best written scene in the entire fic. 1, 2, 3, I want Yuri. 1, 2, 3, I want Yuri. Be patient. Be patient. Do I? So I don't die in this? No, you don't. Toriel and Undyne kiss. No. Wait, Noelle. Slow burn, Yuri. No. 1-inch punch. Feels like Ayo through purgatory. Are you allowed to make... Yes. Yes. You're allowed to make suggestions. Yuri. We'll get to Yuri later. We're going to have like a lot of Suzelle scenes in the second arc. Trust. Onion-san had brought Birdly to their home, which was an underwater cave with a sizable air pocket that they enjoyed for a breath of fresh air every once in a while. They laid Birdly on the carpet that was on the stone floor. Birdly was able to get a few fresh breaths of air. He coughed up lake water. It was the 4th time he had been beaten today, yet he was happy he was still alive after the demon's assault. Most of the bones in his body. Pause playing Noel in the Roblox game, now make Yuri. For real versus water cooler then. I don't know. Bones in his body were broken. He was covered in scars and burns, but he was still breathing. He was alive. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude towards his savior. Wait, were you actually dying? Onion-san asked in confusion. Birdly just looked at them with a face that said, no shit. Perhaps Birdly's life had been more saved by dumb luck than actual charity. Still, though, he was grateful. When are we getting Water Cooler X Chris fanfiction? You know what? I will actually do fan art of this. I'm Onion-san, you hear? And you hear? Want to be my friend? Birdly looked at the strange monster out of desperation reeked off of it, and its face was really ugly. I liked roasting the shit out of Onion-san when I wrote this. But they did save Birdly's life, so Thurgoth. Great! Onion-san was so excited to have a new friend. They could talk to him about all sorts of things, like, okay, they didn't actually have anything to talk about. They would still try to come up with conversation topics anyway. No, why? Onion-san is my they. Well, want to hear about the song from the sea? Onion-san asked. No, I was actually wondering if you had any healing magic. Birdly said, feeling all the ways his spine had been fractured. Well, I do. Does this mean you'll be my friend if I do? Onion-san blushed as they said this. Birdly rolled his eyes. I guess I could add you to my Discord. Yippee! Onion-san yelled. Suddenly, Birdly's voice was wrapped around with tentacles. Birdly felt weird as they slid around his back. What the hell are you doing? Birdly asked, feeling uneasy with his broken bones. Okay, but why would Onion-san have drugs? Wouldn't that be funny? Or else they should be trans femme. If enough chatters agree on it, then sure. If Ralsei shows up, he'll be like hoarding like progesterone and shit. Sure. And monster energy drinks. Evil Noel appears out of nowhere and Firegrave's Evil Noel or Heal Noel will be next arc. Oh god, the tentacles. Tentacle Yowie. Tentacle Yowie. I need to heal you. I need to hug you. Onion-san said as happy as an egg. Birdly cringed. If Chris knew about it, he would never let them... They'd never let him live this down. Thinking about Chris after so long made him feel happy. Last few hours had gone by so fast. It was hard to even process. Chris had kissed him, and while it did lead to him having to fight their mom, Birdly still wondered if it was all genuine. Was this all an elaborate prank? Birdly hoped it wasn't. The thought of him actually mattering to someone made him really happy. Just came back. Are we near the Tentacle Yowie? We are in the Tentacle Yowie. Chris X Birdly said this switches to Birdly being... Except Birdly said this switches to being gay. What do you mean? Birdly flirts with Chris in game. I don't know. Bro is like coming after Chris Kringle. You know what I mean? Even if being hugged by whatever Onion-san was gross, thinking about seeing Chris again made it feel better. Okay. Now we're to the next scene. Guys, your goat's about to get washed. What page are we on? We're on page 27. Why was this looped? Martlet's theme is good. Let's go to Remedy. I also would definitely read Human Domestication Guide, AO3 story known as popular. What the fuck? I just feel like the. Noel. Never say that again. I myself, as a trans woman, have never read Human Domestication Guide, and I never will. The thought of that sounds like some serial killer shit, yo. Hell no. You should make a poll for transphobe, I'll say. Sure. How do I do that? Here. Poll. Create a poll. Should Rouse be trans? Yes. No. Okay. I believe I made a... What is human domestication? I don't know. Me when I'm fighting an 8-year-old with a gun. Will this be posted anywhere to AO3? Just tuned in, what? Would recommend reading it. It's actually kind of a nice story. Holiday Girl, I'm not reading that shit! Hell nah! I've never heard of it before now. Birdly, you need to distance yourself from Noelle. She a freak. See, that's just because you haven't seen Peak. I trust Noelle with their knowledge on trans things. Yeah, sure you would. Okay. We're back. Yes, you will. I have never heard of it. I am looking at it up. I'll take one for the team. Trust me, Birdly. It's a nice story. Okay. Wham. Toriel hit Undyne with another consecutive spinning heel kick. Toriel's heel buried itself in Undyne's face. She stumbles back, covering her face. It was too easy for Toriel. Now there was a brand new opening. Toriel ran up to Undyne, grabbing her by the hair, and as she did so, with gorilla-like strength, she slammed Undyne's face into a nearby tree, breaking it in half. Should we make... or else I... Should Rouse be trans femme? I don't know. That's for you guys to decide. Toriel wasn't done with Undyne, who was now in a daze as blood dripped from her every pore. Undyne held her head tightly and threw Undyne across town as hard as she could. Undyne went flying, her motion only being stopped when her body came into contact with an innocent civilian's car. The windshield broke on impact and the engine was destroyed. The car alarm blared in the background loudly. My fucking car! Pizza Pants yelled as he looked on in her horror. He was not insured. You are genuinely Shakespeare's twin. Why are you genuinely Shakespeare's successor? Undyne managed to pick herself up, ignoring the pain. Damn it, she was getting mixed. This was no way for the police chief to be acting. Her job was to protect the hopes and dreams of hometown, and if she couldn't... Toriel appeared in front of her, a look of frustration on her face. How disappointing. This is the best hometown had to offer? Huh. In any case, a familiar fireball appeared in Toriel's palm. Goodbye, Officer Undyne. Birdly does a cool skateboard trip and fails and breaks his neck, leaving paralyzed. I beat Toriel with a broken freaking neck. I feel like Birdly is Kurt Angle core. You know what I mean? He would definitely get a milk truck. Just then, Toriel felt a sharp pain through her forearm. She was impaled with a glowing blue spear. Her arm was screaming in pain, and then again, 2 more blue spears appeared through her feet. Blood bubbled to the surface of her injuries. How is Toriel not dying from the blood loss? Do you have a Discord server? Not yet. If we reach 10k, I will make a Discord server. Impressed? Undyne said before, wham, punching Toriel in the face as hard as she could. This shattered her own spears, but sent Toriel stumbling back. Undyne took advantage of the opening, hitting a dropkick on Toriel's torso, which took Toriel to the ground before the ground glowed blue and a field of spears appeared through the ground. But then, right before they made contact, Toriel vanished again. The field of spears lowered. The street was clear of everyone except for Pizza Pants, who was still mourning his car. $10k is too much. I can't make it. It's too much. Can it be made now with the fan art channel? I'll think about it. By the way, this is after she almost kills Asgore. Yes, this is after we have, she almost kills Asgore. Da, na, 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 na. Toriel reappeared, looked more haggard than usual. She was clenching her teeth in pain. Her feet were pretty badly damaged. It was hard to move as fast as she once did. Toriel prepared a fire spell to cauterize the wounds on her feet. It would be painful, but at least she wouldn't be at risk for crack. Undyne had buried her heel into Toriel's face with a swift axe kick. Toriel stumbled back in pain. Something was different. She turned her bloody gaze to Undyne, and something was different. She had achieved a new form. Her eyes were black, her body coated in a black heart-shaped armor. Further notice, you can press the plus button to create a poll. Oh, I can? It didn't work. Oh, I see it. Start a poll. Should Ralsei be trans? Fuck. Should trans say be canon? Hell yeah. In parentheses, I like cute girls. Hell no. In parentheses, I like cute boys. Okay. Should trans say be canon? Alright, there we go. Almost immediately, I like cute girls won. Oh. Toriel makes fish and chips with Undyne's remains. I'll check back on it when we finish. Toriel stumbled back in pain. Something was different. What was this? Undyne smiled to herself. What about gender fluid, Ralsei? I don't know how that would work. Chris wants to take Birdley to the festival. They desperately want it. I didn't make him do it at all. Undyne was at the police office 6 months ago. Undyne was at the office making a fresh pot of coffee. It didn't taste very good, but it kept her alert. Speaking of which, you need to get a pot of coffee. Don't mind girls, but I like him being a cute boy. Once the coffee had finished brewing, she poured herself a cup and went to the precinct's gym. There was Napstablook ghost lifting some ghost weights. Because they were a ghost. I can't get over this. Undyne greeted her partner with a grin. Yo, Napster, finally moving up to some real weights? Oh, jeez, Napstablook said, dropping their weights. Napstablook was in incredible shape, but was insecure about it. Thinking for a moment to continue the conversation, Napstablook asked, So, Undyne, how's your training going? I want girl Rousey and picking. It would be more relatable for me. The problem is like if we do trans Rousey, it's kind of hard because I didn't really have any plans for Dark Worlds. Who the fuck are we shipping Rousey with? Who are we shipping trans Rousey with? Could it be like everyone feels bad and makes like a perfect Darkner partner for them? I don't know. It just feels weird. I didn't really have any Rousey plans. More people do. Hell no, we need more people to do gay. Light World Rousey. Ship Rousey and Johnny Chalk. Rousey X Rousey the plush. Rousey should be poly. No, that's boring. Rousey should be polyamorous in game and likes everyone. Should the Starwalker Riz Rousey up? I don't know. Birdley gets everyone. I feel like it'd be really funny if... No, ship Rousey with me. Birdley gets no one. Ship Rousey with the travel door. No. Let me think for a second. Who's really available for Rousey? No one. Like, unironically, no one. Unless we make our own, like, original character who's, like... Unless we make our own original character, Rousey is kind of fucked. Do we ship Rousey with Onion-san? Tentacle Yuri, Tentacle Yuri, Tentacle Yuri. Starwalker X Rousey. Newbert, Sham X Rousey. Sham is like an adult. Rousey's a child. Rousey X Rousey. Newbert is good. Newbert. Grab Newbert and ship them with Muffet. He's an original character. Do you have original Starwalker? Tentacle Polyuri? Rules card? No, dude. Rules card's an adult. Rousey's a child. Rules card did not go to the island. Okay, people want Tentacle Yuri, it seems. So we get Rouse. Is Onion-san an adult? For this fic, we're just gonna say Onion-san is like 15. Or else he's an object in the real world. I don't know how old Onion-san is. I don't really know. I don't know. I feel like Onion-san wears like maid outfits and shit. I don't fucking know. Onion-san is a timeless entity. Chris X Rousey is my weakness. Chris is dating Birdley in this fic. And I already made fun of you fuckers for Ral Susie, so we're not doing that. Rule Stain. I thought Azrael was an adult. Onion-san was on the island. What the fuck? We got caught up in this debate. Oh, wait. The poll is... Guys, the poll is neck and neck. It's halfway through. Do we not even do trans Ralse at all? Guys, it's 50% either way. Kurd say no. Please. Kurd say. Guys, I don't know how to write a polyamorous relationship. Make Ralse trans flip. Okay. Oh, wait. Cis Ralse is winning. Third option, chair. Guys. Okay, now it's back to 50-50. Guys, holy shit. I'm going to finish reading the fic. And by the time... Guys. Kurd say... Guys, come on. And then face narrows. It's tricky. I can only maintain the ascended form for about an hour before my body gives out. Force the writer to learn. Okay. I like cute boys is winning. It's winning, chat. Cis Ralse is winning. We can make... Okay. Chat. If Ralse isn't trans, we can make like Noelle or like Susie trans. How about that? Trans say must win. Should I just make like a poll for every character being trans? We need... Trans Ralse is can... Yes, femboy Ralse is winning. Burnley's a freak! I would say Susie X Ralse, but the low-key work better as friends. I feel like Hikari, dude. Bro, Hikari's dating a trans woman. Okay, it's back to 50-50. Noelle has a huge... I'm not reading that. Continuing the peak I see is Gaster trans. Okay. I'm gonna make poll... After this one's done, I'm gonna make polls for Susie and Noelle. How about that? I'm already trans. So it's not good enough. What if somebody needs my help and I can't move because of the strain it puts on the damn form puts on my body? Undyne cringed. If I want to help people, then any limitation just makes me weak. Napstablook put a ghostly hand on her shoulder. You're not weak, Undyne. Damn it, I might as well be. Need to find a way to split up the time limit, so I can use the form longer, but doing such a thing would be impossible. There's no difference between femboys and trans people, I think. As a trans woman, I'll kick your ass for saying that. Be more woke. I like... Canon to the fanfic. Trans femme, I'll say is more... Okay, guys. What the fuck? We're continuing with the goriest fight in the fic, by the way. Toriel tried to process what she had just seen, comma. Undyne looked completely different. She had hit harder too. But was that all just an illusion? Toriel wanted to ruminate on it longer, but she had a serious problem on her hands. She had bigger fish to fry. 3 out of 4 limbs had been injured, and she was bleeding out on the concrete. Aromantic Susie or something? No. Susie and Noelle are dating in this fic. That's already been established. I don't see Ralse being trans in his actual character arc, but I'm not opposed to it. Yeah, me too. I feel like if he was trans, it would have been brought up by now. There would have been a scene where Ralse's like, Susie, how do you feel being a girl? Is it fun? Or something. And then Susie would be like, what do you mean, dumbass? It's fucking tight, dude. Or some shit like that. and then like, I don't know, Susie would be like a bad influence. Alright. Undyne was bleeding from her face and shaking off a concussion, but aside from that, she was fine. She smiled. Her yellow eyes were all that was visible. Then, Undyne shifted into that form again, her body encased in a black heart-shaped armor. Her eyes turned black and her teeth had serrated edges. And then with blinding speed, Undyne rushed to tackle Toriel. The spear. Hear me out. Chris and Susie throw video games into the Grand Fountain and Ralsei has to date one of them. What if Ralsei has to date a dating sim? How about that? That'd be kind of funny. I love trans Ralsei. I feel like we'd lose the plot a little bit, but... Undyne was on top of her with a ghastly grin of her own. Oh, guys, Yuri. She raised her fist and without warning slammed her right hand right into Toriel's head over and over and over again. Grunting. Ralsei X Monica. There's a Jeff the Killer dating set. Make him date Jeff the Killer. It's so peak. Ralsei X ERAM? Oh, hell no. Fuck that. Okay, wrestling move made contact and Toriel fell to the ground. Undyne was on top of her with a... Yeah, okay. Grunting, Toriel managed to get her hand out to the side of Undyne's head. Grabbing it, Undyne grimaced and wrapped her hands around Toriel's throat, shaking it violently, but Toriel did not succumb, a Mori reference. She gripped the side of Undyne's face. Now missing several teeth, she couldn't help her glee as her face contorted into a wide grin of sadistic pleasure. Toriel gripped the side of Undyne's face and proceeded to jam her thumb into Undyne's right eye. Jeff say. Undyne wasn't sure if what made her gag first, the pain or the noise her crushed eye had made. Bloody tears and chunks of her eyes rolled down her face. The pain was unbearable. A blood-curdling scream echoed through hometown. Haven't played it more yet. Is it good? Yeah, it's good. Then Toriel, acting on pure animalistic instinct, sunk her jagged teeth into the side of Undyne's neck. Guys, she's biting her neck and everything. It's Yuri. It's all cute and totally not traumatizing. Ralsei X-Ray Palpatine. No one dies. Trust. So the poll is still even. The poll is still 50-50. Jeff X, Ralsei X, Amori. I don't want Amori. Dude, Amori would fuck Ralsei up. Yuri. Guys, look, it's Yuri! Guys, look, they're making out! What do you mean they're beating the shit out of each other? She had cut several arteries. Side of Undyne's neck. Bit a chunk out and it out. She had cut several arteries and the blood poured from the wound like ink from a fountain pen. The roar of pain exploded from Undyne's chest. With all of her might, she attempted to snap Toriel's neck with raw strength alone, but Toriel was too quick and moved her fist to Undyne's torso. Ralsei x Yuri. Kristen and Mori would be friends. I like how you guys are just talking about Ralsei ships as Undyne is getting her ass beat. 1-inch punch. And with that, Undyne flew off Toriel. With blinding speed, she crashed into the sidewalk, creating an indent in the concrete once laid. Undyne slipped out of her ascended form. This was bad. Toriel had managed to severely injure her, even with the power boost that came with the ascended form. She knew that she was no match for her. But that's what losers think! So violent, Ralsei would not like this. Legend of Ralsei Susie of the Wild. What do you mean? Undyne's our Gojo? Bro. The pole's still neck and neck, so Undyne jumped to her feet, ignoring the massive bite wound she had in her. Ignoring her one eye, she was determined she would see this fight through to the very end. Undyne roared with all of her might, summoning as many spears as she could. Are you guys good? Okay, you're just walking in a circle. Undyne is budget One Punch Man. Toriel was lounging on the floor, however, getting comfortable. This is disrespectful as shit, bruh. She's doing like the DDD taunt. How did the Toriel PNG slide? No, Undyne did earlier. Damn you! Go to hell! Undyne screamed, throwing several hundreds of spears at that spot. But as predicted, Toriel just vanished. But this was all part of Undyne's plan. As Toriel appeared behind her, Toriel appeared behind her, gripping a divine fist. She couldn't move. Impossible. She looked at her own soul and it became green. Her eyes widened. Oh. Oh God. Like I said, go to hell. Undyne said, smiling. She snapped her fingers and every other spear she had rushed towards Toriel in a flash of blinding light. A look of genuine concern was written across the boss monster's face. Once the dust had cleared, the entire block was reduced to rubble. There were stray shattered spears everywhere. What is going on here? Undyne is fighting Toriel after your dad got his ass kicked, Chris. Wait, low-key, Undyne X Ralsei is not a bad... Undyne is an adult, Ralsei is a child. We're not doing that. If Ralsei gets top or bottom surgery, do they, like, have Ralsei sleep so he doesn't feel the surgery? What are we talking about? Nearby buildings had their windows shattered due to the sheer amount of speed of the attack. Yet, in the middle, there was nothing. There was something nobody wanted to see. A fiery vortex spinning at Mach speeds. Once the flames had ceased, Toriel was standing in the middle of it all. Her vortex flame had simply deflected all the spears and melted the ones that did not deflect. Okay, we already have. Undyne looked dejected. Toriel shrugged off one of her best moves like it was nothing. But she couldn't give up yet. If Toriel won, then no one in the entire world could stop her. Undyne stomped her boot in frustration. She had to win. Damn it, she needed to win. She ran up to Toriel, who was still frozen in place, and took a spearhead from the ground and slashed it across her chest. Blood splattered across the ground, but she wasn't done yet. Damn it, she couldn't be done. She activated her ascended form as Toriel was stuck in place. Undyne took the opportunity to hit Toriel with a flurry of slashes and blows, as Toriel could do nothing to stop it. Can we write another fanfiction? Which Marlin theme is this? What do you mean? This is Peak. She just stared at Undyne with a patient smile. She knew that Undyne would eventually run out of green magic. She had remembered Asgore telling her about how much she had struggled with it. All she had to do was wait. Undyne threw the spearhead away and started unloading a volley of strikes into Toriel's face. Over and over and over and over again. She made contact. Each time her face became a little more roughed up. Facial bones cracked. Lips were busted. Open, even teeth fell out. Even the bruising and swelling could not stop Toriel's patient smile. Undyne fell to her knees. She had to accept that there was nothing she could do to win. Toriel's soul returned to the usual shade of white. Toriel did not move, however. She smiled and stood over her opponent. She knew she had won. Undyne returned to her base form, coughing up blood as she did. She was at her limit. Toriel knelt down to see Undyne eye to eye. On her face was a complete look of utter defeat. Toriel pulled Undyne in for a hug and patted her on the back. Now, dear, you did your best. Yeah, it seems like we're not getting any trans Ralsei. Before her face grotesquely deformed into a hideous smile. With her monstrous strength, Toriel picked up... This is so fucking dumb. I have to keep reminding myself. Found the perfect match for Ralsei. Okay, dude, share with the class. Damn, is our goat Undyne gonna lose? Yeah, dude, she's washed. Picked up Undyne and chokeslammed her on the ground. The shards of the broken spears digging into her back. Undyne screamed in pain. But it was nothing to what came next. Toriel raised her bloodied foot and began to stomp over and over and over again into Undyne's head. Cackling like a witch from hell as she did so. There was no hope left in hometown. I must maintain the fluffy boy agenda. True, Chris is the best fluffy... Chris isn't a boy, though. Damn. Is Toriel gonna die at some point? She had her fill. She brought her hand to her. In front of her. Okay. This is where we're gonna rewrite. This bit right here, right after this. So we're gonna change the... Okay, give me a second. Undyne's been beaten. She's dead. Well, not dead, but she's, like, cooked. Okay. Backstage Undertale 2. Can I kill Toriel? That was the original plan. The original plan is that you and Toriel were going to have a slugfest. That's the new music. Okay. What if Ralsei X Peepus? Chris is the best moss eater. Maybe we can introduce like Spamton and Tenna's daughter or something. Just like I don't know. Are we still back to the plan? Are we going back to that plan? We could. Because I want to rewrite this. Toriel, yet she felt a familiar arms wrap around her. It was Chris. They were sobbing. Please, Mom, don't do this. Toriel hesitated. Hearing their voice, she remembered everything. She remembered the day she had adopted them. How happy that had made her. How happy she had been when Chris made friends with Noelle in kindergarten. How happy being a mother made her. And then she remembered why she did all of this. It was for Chris, wasn't it? She was doing this to protect her precious child, the child she loved so much. Chris was crossing their fingers. For whatever reason, the soul had made them check the bunker for 4 hours and went on and on about how Susie should be dating Ralsei instead of Noel. This is a jab at chat, because there was this one guy who was like, make Raul Susie canon to the fic. Make Raul Susie canon to the fic. It was really annoying, so fuck you. I kind of wanted to do this thing where Chris's decisions were like chosen by chat, so it was like kind of like you're playing a video game. Anyway, this is a Peak fanfic. But finally, after hours of digging through trash cans, the soul had finally made the right decision, using words it never would have. Perhaps the soul had its uses. Please, 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 please make Curdly canon. It's a Curdly fic! Toriel turned around, facing her child, and fell to her knees in exhaustion. She wasn't sure if it was the grief or the blood loss, but she was done. Okay, I want to change this. No, wait. Toriel turned to her ground face. She looked to her town, the community she had destroyed. To the woman she was about to murder. It was all her fault. Her body began to shut down and genuine tears rolled down her face. She was done. Nobody had to die. Okay. Curdly's the best ship, just saying. Yeah, I know it is. So happy. Okay. So we're gonna change this. We're gonna keep the line he was covered in onion plasm. Because that's a fucking banger thing. And it's in the thing. He was covered in onion plasm. We're keeping Birdley's introduction, but we're getting rid of everything. We're getting rid of this. Nobody. Perhaps the soul had its uses. What happens from here? What is the fanfic about? Okay, it's about Birdley. You were hugging onions on, dude. You're covered in onions plus. Add a Homestuck character? Fuck no. That would require me to read Homestuck. She goes into another rage because of Birdley. No, that's too predictable. We've already done that. I kind of wanted her to have an Omni-Man moment. Toriel turned around to face Chris. Make Birdley a Homestuck fan. Okay, maybe I'll do that. That sounds kind of funny. By the way, I'm ending the poll. We are keeping Ralsei cis. Cute boys won. We are keeping Ralsei cis. Sorry, trans Ralsei fans. Ace Attorney with Toriel and Birdley. Ace Attorney is next arc. Toriel turned around to face Chris. Her swollen, bloodied face had okay, so you know how Gojo pulled up on Tojo after they awakened? Should Birdley versus Toriel? Yeah, I agree. Cute boys forever, chat. We need to work on our collective brain cells. Yeah, that's right. Lock in, chat. Lock in. And a look of confusion. Perhaps she wasn't ready to face Chris again so soon. Moments ago, she would have found this hilarious. The pain she had gone through. Mediocre Productions is in chat? Yo! What did I walk in on? Mediocre, this is Peak! Guys, I have to recap Mediocre, guys. Okay. So, this is the fan fiction I've been working on with chat. Okay, so, basically, Birdley had a bad day. He got a chair shot from Noelle, like she was a prime fucking heel. Gaster kicked his ass, and then Birdley had a Dragon Ball Z fight with Toriel. Then Toriel went on a rampage destroying Hometown. And then yeah. So now Chris is trying to talk no jutsu their mom, basically. Okay, chat, we need to lock in. The Roaring Knight got no diffed off screen. It was really funny. I think that's one of my favorite jokes I've done. Noelle turned heel? Yeah, she did. She's like off befriending Susie. So you understand what I said? Toriel turned heel? Yes! With the pain she had gone through, the tears on her child's face, it didn't make her want to laugh. Chris stood there, waiting for the soul to do something. Hopefully, it would be a good decision. Alright, chat, what is the soul doing? How would you talk no jutsu to your mom who just destroyed half a city? Noelle. Okay, feeling lazy today. Okay, chat, we need to lock in. Chat. We need to lock in. Come on, chat. Screaming. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna make a poll. Okay, I made a new poll. Hopefully it would be a good decision. Toriel the Stone Cold Stunner. To defeat her now. No. Let's pick me on AM3, yes. Hopefully it would be a good decision. Okay, but first, for Vision. But then their mother spoke. Chris, I it Hmm. But these people are beneath us. Chris would act, I think. Yeah, but you guys are the soul. You guys are the soul. Chris is being controlled by you. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. Why would we hug her? She's covered in blood and killed multiple people. Chris, it may be hard to believe, but these people are beneath us. Chris is back, appalled by what their mother was saying. Toriel, you were a true alpha. Hit Toriel with a stone cold stunner. Bro. The onion plasm is regenerating Burley's body, not side effect. Burley's. If I'm in front of. Oh god. Hit Toriel with the stone cold stunner. Okay. Their mother was saying. What? Chris was. Their mother had changed. Toriel stepped. Does the onion plasm regenerate Birdly? It's healing magic, and yes, it will. Toriel crashes at it because Birdly won't stop quoting Homestuck. I'm gonna die of laughter. Okay, yeah, but I don't know any Homestuck quotes. Don't you see, Chris? We could finally be bees. We will live for 30 years. You made a steak. A steak? Okay. Stepped closer. I realized that we oh my god, look them up. I'm gonna start ranting about my page on Homestuck, and this is gonna be my awakening for Toriel. I'm really late. Merry Christmas. Yeah, you don't have to. Let me cook for you. Okay, yeah, Birdly. You read Homestuck in an hour, it's only like 8,000 pages. Fuck no. They can be bees. Listen, we don't have to pretend anymore. That we finally be meant. Yeah, this is just like an Omni-Man speech. Meant to be. Omni-Man and Invincible are stronger than normal humans, but Chris isn't really strong enough like Toriel is. We can be bees. Oh god. We can. What do you mean? Look at Chris, we can be. Look at these people, Chris. Real gestured to the QC's diner and the is taking injured monsters. Oh. Look at these people, Chris. They're vile, contemptible, and worst of all, weak. They pretend be neighbors, be your friends, even. Oh my god, she's trying to get Chris to join her on her killing spree. Exactly. They're vile. I spelled contemptible wrong. How do you contempt? I think contempt. Contempt. Yeah, I think that's contempt. I'll even be your friends, even. But that's they fear you. They fear not be. They fear this. But that, my child, is what makes them so weak. So, who the hell gives a damn? Why should like them? What? Why should I pretend to be like them? Chris shuddered as they heard their tutorial. This is my awakening. I am a breath page, and this is where freedom expands. Jake English. Hi. Shuddered. Mother's words. This was so unlike her. She had always given people second, third, and fourth chances. Even those who did not deserve them. But deep we can be invincible. Okay. I'm gonna have her say that. We can be invincible, Chris. I have committed a level of violence I cannot go back on. An idea. What if Toriel tries to hug Chris, but they have none of that and hit the stunner? I like that. Yeah, and then Chris says, "This is insane. You wanna abandon me for some fucking aliens I've never met? I don't care if I live a million years. This is my home." Alright, but deep down, was this how she had really felt? Mom, you hurt. I'm not even Deltarune. I don't know why this is my For You page. Is dead in the prophecies. Someone explain what this is in your feed because it recommended you Peak Fiction. Okay. Mom, you hurt people. You hurt Birdly. He was... He was beneath you, dear. I did you a favor. What? Look, dear. I know that sounds bad. Okay. What? We can be better. We can be invincible. You hurt Birdly, John Chris Deltarune. Bredley. It's Bredley now. Birdly. This is so peak. What? Chris whispered to their mother. Their mother had changed. I just realized we don't need to pretend anymore. That we could be who we were meant to be. This is amazing. Absolute Deltarune. The writing is so good. Add a few lines with the B-movie. Chris, did you know it is impossible for a bee to fly? Look at these people, Chris. Toriel gestured to Kusi's diner and the ambulances taking the injured monsters away. They're vile, contemptible, and worst of all, weak. They pretend to be your neighbors, even your friends. That's because they fear you. They fear what will happen if they do not be good people. They fear this strength. But that, my child, is what makes them so weak. So who the hell gives a damn? Why should I pretend to be like them? Funny idea. Whenever you accidentally misname a character, it's a name for the rest of the fic. Chris, did you know that I like jazz? We're almost 3 hours in. Mom, you hurt people. You hurt Birdly, Chris said, choking down their angst. He was beneath you, dear. I did you a favor. What? Look, dear, I know that sounds bad. I can't. We can be invincible. Yeah. What is Deltarune? She let me. Deer like this. Chris is a deer. We can be invincible. Come. Chris. Back. This thing. This monster wasn't their mother. Perhaps she had never really been that kind woman. Toriel, however, continued to persuade her child. Is Stan still cracking Toriel and all that? You're just invincible, Toriel? Yes, Birdly could say that. That's funny. This is what Joe saw in the Shadow Crystal. His onion plasm. Toriel going in. Alright. Toriel continued to persuade her child. She walked up to them, offering a hug. Come, dear. We never to fear of our actions again. Chris, I love I'm drenched in it. I'm impressive. Oh my god. Chris approached Toriel and embraced her. The two thumbnail said I was covered in it. We're far gone. Ever think what world we exist in? I love being drenched in onion plasm. There are nights. Oh my god. Onion-san got the fucking bucket and Toriel blushed. Okay, what the fuck? Chris approached Toriel and embraced her. Even if this wasn't the woman that had raised them, this was still their mother. They loved her. They couldn't say no. But suddenly, they felt a sharp pain in their chest. This is secretly Michael Bay's alt account. This is the script for the Deltarune live action movie with Jack Black as Chris. This monster wasn't their mother. Sharp pain in their chest, and they felt self break away. Chris, honey, what is wrong? Chris flipped their mother off and kicked Toriel in the stomach. Chris can't die. We need the cage match. True. Can't say that shit isn't a... Flip their mother off and kick their mother in the stomach. She was shocked. Then they wrapped their arms around their mother's neck and you call yourself the queen of the monsters, or you're the queen of kissing my ass? I don't know. Stunner. Chris had executed a frame perfect stone cold stunner on their mother. Yeah, Chris killed round 2. Fight. Mother. Chris didn't know why they were moving like this. The soul had gone too far this time. Chris the alpha gamer. As Toriel's jaw hit Chris is back, she flew back a few feet off the air. Soul Council has decided Chris's fate. Chris wants this. Chris needs this to be a New York Times. This is like D&D energy. What the fuck? Stone Cold. Alright, can we get this fanfic a leather cover? Oh my god, okay. Hug Goat Mom. Who voted for Hugging Goat Mom? Alright, can we roll a d20 for every Chris's action? This is so peak. Chris and the Solar United, this is so peak. Alright, I need to do a few. No. Off the air. Chris. Alright. What does Chris do next? Execute a frame perfect combo. Cut a shoot promo on their mother. Alright. I'm actually gonna go get some more water and some coffee, and I'll be right back. You guys vote. This voting system is great. Just give me a second. Alright, we back, gamers. We're back. I'm not chugging a whole gallon of water, I'm chugging a whole gallon of coffee. Alright. 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 Are we just calling this bird Vincible now? Ran to this stunned tutorial and hit her with a force palm to the chest. Their hand was now covered in their mother's blood, but with unwilling Chris continued. Chris had intended to end the fight peacefully, yet it seemed that Eldritch asswipe had other plans. We must get soaked. Okay, this is really our bird Vincible. What? It's really funny seeing goner messages. Goner messages? What do you mean? Anyway, had other plans. Tutorial stepped back. Finally caught her, but Chris just up and drop kicked their mother hard. Why is what lying? Thus creating the next Deltarune meme. What is their mother hard? Both Toriel and Chris fell to the floor. But Chris was able to I need to change the music. YT chat is something else? Yeah, it does. Give me a second, chat. Let's change it to A Mother's Love. I want you guys to pitch spots to me. I'm kind of running out of ideas. Here, let's listen to some Enemy Retreating. Here. Can you make it rain for? I can play on. Here. Okay. We can have some ambience. Forest noise. We could play both at the same time, chat. Just give it some time. There. We have some forest noises and we have enemy retreating. There we go. Forest noises aren't copyrighted. Why would they be copyrighted? Okay. Maybe they are copyrighted. Here. Noises. Copyright free. Here we go. Free nature sound effects. Why would it be copyright? Okay. For the 6-7. Okay. Okay. And their mother hard. Tutorial stumbled back. I'm turning down these fucking forest noises, dude. This is annoying as shit. There we go. Tutorial. Alright. Tutorial stumbled back. She was shocked. Why was Chris doing this? Why was Chris doing this? But she was answered by a... What should Chris do? What should Chris do? I was thinking like a Taekwondo front kick. Maybe just like a jumping spin kick. The back of Chris's boot hit Toriel in the throat. Chris is justified. Smart race is copyright. Kamehameha. Chris does not have any key. He was covered in what? Onion plasm. I love that everyone just joins the stream to ask what he was covered in. Why was Chris doing this? In the throat. She coughed hard and was met by Chris throwing a flurry of jabs into her torso. Chris is not gonna kill Toriel, but they are gonna fight. Coughed. Oh my god. Coughed hard. Chris wondered why the hell their mother hadn't yet. Maybe she was still a good person. Maybe she could be. Slam. Can we have Chris fight Bird Vincible? I think things would have taken a weird route. Slam. Toriel had grabbed Chris by the face and planted their body into the dirt below. God damn it, I'm gonna have to rewrite the entire thing. That really pisses me off. Toriel had grabbed Chris's face with her palm and slammed them into the dirt below. Chris, get out. Slam them to the dirt below. I am here. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you, Chris. This is for your own good. Toriel loosened her grip. Do you guys want to tell Toriel to go to hell? Or do you want... I'm going to give you the option anyway. Is Toriel gonna beat Chris back in blue like invincible. Loosened her grip. She looked down at Chris. The tiny human covered in tiny cuts from the spear shards on the floor. Look. Chris. Look, I'm sorry. Kill Toriel. Onion Plasm. No, Burley's not gonna come back yet. I had this idea that Susie and Chris would like Toto and Yuji Toriel, like they'd like team up. Look, I'm sorry, Chris. Alright. Go to Hell is winning.
I don't want to hurt you, Chris. Why did you make me do this? You're fighting to watch everyone around you die. Think, Chris.
Go to Hell 1. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. Please, Mike. Wait, Crush is kind of straight. Go to hell. Chris spat in a voice very unlike their own.
Go to hell.
Chris jumped up and squared up, taking a boxing stance. Toriel sighed. Chris tried to
Think, Chris, think!
Onion Plasm, what? Chris and Chad both hate Toriel. Chris is trying to save their mom. You made them do this. You made them immediately choose violence. What will you have after 5,000 years? Smash Bros, Mom. I'll still have Smash Bros. Toriel sighed. Chris, you don't know how to fight. I'm not gonna. She was cut off by a right hook to the jaw. Better yet, the Onion Plasm.
Chris, I'm not... Chris, you don't know...
Right hook to the jaw. Toriel step. What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Chris had never so much as taken a karate lesson before, and yet that right hook felt as if a world heavy weight champion had given it to her. She swore it's over. This person is a woman. Yes, Toriel's a woman. She rubbed her now bruised chin in disbelief. This has to be like the worst way to find out your kid is possessed, by the way. To get your fucking ass mixed. But then Chris her nose and then a few jabs to her midsection. Let's vote on trans Toriel. Oh wait, I haven't done the poll on trans. Okay, here's what I'll do. Would There we go. Both. Here's, and then a few jabs to her midsection. Toriel coughed. Before she was hit in the chin with a jumping uppercut. Both of them can just switch. Let's make everyone trans. Let's write... I don't know. As a trans woman who relates a lot to Susie, I don't know. It's kind of... I don't know. It's kind of weird because, like, I feel like a lot of trans people feel like that they have to be very stereotypically the gender they want to present as. And that's cool and all. I'm not knocking that. Don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, dresses kind of suck. You get what I mean, chat. You guys get what I mean. Toriel coughed. The demon turned its head. Toriel. We all love Susie, yeah. Before she was hit with a jumping uppercut. Seriously. What the hell was happening? Susie is the Susie. Both is winning, so maybe we get T for T Suzelle. I read a few fics with trans Susie. It like fits really well, actually. This does mean, however, that Carol is going to be transphobic. So, yeah. Susie versus Rousey. We'll do that one next. Okay. Seriously, what the hell was happening? Chris then hit a front kick to Toriel's midsection. A kick that would made a Taekwondo black belt blush. What? You know what? Let's combo like Gojo did. Okay. Chris then bounced on their feet. They did a hands. By the way, I'm just assuming you guys are all master martial artists and you guys know how to beat the shit out of someone in Plasm. Bro, it's 4 a.m. Am I cooked? It ain't for me. Dang, it's so peak. That was the Gojo cooking mo. We'll do that. That did a handstand. Swung their legs to hit Toriel's face. When the hell did Chris learn capoeira? When the hell Bro, you're hitting her with every single martial art on the planet. Okay, then. Chris did a cartwheel to get back to their feet. Then unloaded a flurry of open palm strikes into Toriel. They face with her abdomen with her throat and with her throat. We'll just end it there. This is a curdly fic. You should do the One Punch Man, but instead it's One Punch Them. Filler. This is fucking crazy. You guys are making this emo kid like box their mom. What the fuck? Chris, no, you can't note it with my mom. Midnight Train to the Peak. What the fuck? Chris then kicked up a spear with the spear head broken off, effectively making it a good staff. With a hearty swing, they slam the makeshift staff into Toriel's knees. But this time, the staff broke on impact. And you're cooked! The soul is cooking! Toriel and Dustroom beat the shit out of everyone, but I'm gonna save the day. Okay, and you're cooked! But the staff broke on impact. Let me change the music, chat. This is so fucked up. Demon Toriel versus Chris. What would Kara make Chris do that? Alright. Where is it? There it is. A Mother's Love. Chris needs to do a Wing Chun series of palm strikes towards Toriel's chest and stomach. I think you already did that. It's 2 in the morning. Chat. Broke on impact. Chris was shocked. Okay, so both got the most votes. Both Susie and Noelle are trans in this fic. Congratulations. End poll. Chris was shocked. Alright, chat. Chris was shocked. They looked back up at their mother. A look of disappointment in her eyes. Toriel backhanded Chris so hard it bruised their cheek and they fell to their knees. I did. I did not want to hurt you, my child, but it seems you will need to prove yourself. Prove that you are worthy of your life. Fuck. And damn, it's over. Yeah, I know, you literally got Chris's eyes widened. E4. Wham. We cooked shit! Wham. Toriel punched Chris in the stomach without holding back. Oh. The fuck is happening in here? Chat made Chris fight Toriel, and now Toriel is mixing their ship. Chris spat up blood before they were sent flying backwards. You ain't in the dark world, Lil Sib. You ain't a hero of prophecy. You're just a little bitch. Yeah, good. Wow, Toriel got hands. Yeah, good night. It's so over. It's 4 a.m. Pussy shit. I got a gallon of coffee with me. I'm not sleeping. Yeah, we're sent flying backwards, and before they could collide into an object, Toriel ran behind them and hit them with a perfect Wing Chun palm strike to those lines go hard, bro. Chris's stomach explodes. Bro, it's over. You made your vessel do this shit. Move back. Chris heard the sound of their vertebrae cracking. Bro, no one's safe from these hands. Whee! Yeah, you did it. Vertebrae cracking. You'll then grabbed Chris by the call. You want to do things the hard way? Fine! We didn't order Invincible Chapter 1S. Ass whooping, bro. Yes, you did. Fine. Bore. Before. Through them. Guys, we messed up, I think. We can. Birdly, where are you? Birdly! I need you, Birdly! Chris, we can dodge it. Bro, you are not. Fine. She then turned around and then threw them at the convenience store, simply labeled Sands. Our vessel's kind of soulless. You need to lock in. Where am I? Bro, you're getting hugged by the tentacle monster. You want to do things the hard way? Fine. Chris Crash. You could do it, Chris. Chris crashed. This is so dumb. Just realized it's hopes and dreams. What if Birdly did not come in time, bro? crashed through the large the store and collided back first into a shelf of eggs. Papyrus, where are you? Shelf of eggs. They were covered in egg yolk and white. They could not help but remember Lancer's fine statement. You will not get through your teenage years without at least one egg. Damn you, Lancer. Shine shalt say Clopin. Damn you, Lancer. Chris struggled to get up. Their face was ruined. Their boyfriend was probably dead. And now their mom was trying to kill them because they're idiotic. I spelled idiotic wrong. And then I'm going to write this in brackets. Heart-shaped object chose to fight a genuine demon. Wordly, you need to log in. Guys, she was doing some Dragon Ball Z shit earlier. I don't know why you thought you could handle her. A genuine demon. It's all because you kissed Birdly? Da-na-na. Not the front. Like the fucking Birdly. Chris cursed their fate as they struggled to get to their knees. They looked up through the shattered window and saw their mother her face obscured by shadow. This is so obvious. Why is this kind of epic? Guys, you made me write Invincible. Obscured by shadow. They felt a shiver run down their crack spine. Toriel simply opened the door with the sign that still read Clopen and walked in. Sophia, why did you do this to us? Go Gadget up humble nuke. Oh my god.
Please like the stream if you like what's happening to you.
Okay. And walked in. Her eyes ablaze with rage. Put him a poll, please. We need to help Chris. Alright, fine. What does Chris do next? By the way, we're almost 4 hours in. What does Chris do next? Beg for mercy. Go down swinging. Sophia, I blame you. We're almost 4 hours in, chat. Her eyes ablaze with rage as she stepped into view. The entire store shook around her. We need Chris. Do the Genos crit. Go down. Crit, you got this. Chris, don't die a bomb. Chat, we messed up. And shook around her. Look at you. These are the consequences of your actions. If you She walked over and grabbed Chris by the hair. If you had only listened. Chris, hit her with the ominous white Nike logo. Chris, do it for your beat at crib. You die, I die. Say it didn't snow, it snowed. We shouldn't. If you had only listened. She slammed Chris's face into the white tiles below. Blood erupted from their nostrils as their nose broke. They should have won. She picked once more Chris looked at their mother and spat in her face before something forced them to smile. Toriel began slamming Chris's head into the tile over and over and over and over again. The tile cracked. Chris, use a baseball, use a baseball. Eat. What is happening? Possess Toriel! Chris, rip out their soul and forces into Toriel! We killed our vessel, guys! Chris, still barely conscious, made a fist. No, wait. Toriel pulled them back up. They were panting, missing their front teeth and covered in bruises, but still breathing. Had enough? Had enough yet? No eggs at her? Bro, what do you think that's gonna do? Had enough yet? Chris gripped a fist and then punched Toriel in the face. Slam. We should have begged, gang. Toriel's jaw ached. She was pretty sure they had cracked it. Frankly, under different circumstances, she would. Toriel is crazy. I see the light. Use a glue sandwich, Chris. I can see God, for fuck's sake. The music is converted into minor key. Toriel's jaw ached. We still have her soul. We can possess Toriel. Not how that works, buddy. Possess her, not how it works. I'm not gonna let you possess her. You're stuck with Chris. We really should have. She would have been impressed. Instead, her anger over. She dropped Chris's head. She drops Chris's head. She walked back, pacing about 10 feet. Chris caught their breath. Krim, I have plot armor. Chris absolutely has plot armor. Chris needs to survive. Guys, you realize you're going to have to fight Noelle later, right? Chris walked. Okay, Unleash would be really funny. Krim, Birdly pull up. Or what friendship? They have no friends right now. Chris caught their breath. Spitting out the teeth they swallowed. Nice solo. Come on, Chris. Load up an old save file. Chris stabs Demontorial. Yeah, actually, you do have a knife. You do have a knife. You want to use it? Then you got the teeth they had swallowed. They look. It would be to their left. Looked to their left and saw Toriel charging at them, readying up a punt kick for their skull. Or make a dark fountain. That would be a one-way ticket to hell. Nah, never mind. I got him late. Where the heck? Susie is befriending Noelle at the moment. Don't worry, she's gonna show up soon. Chat, we need Chris the Undying, punt their skull. But as she went for the kick, Chris, with a hair in Chris. With lightning fast speed pulled. Oh, okay, you're awake again? It's 2 in the morning. You good? Now you're just gonna lick your butt? Okay, you're a dumb dog. Okay. Their head away and pulled out their knife. They stabbed Toriel in the ankle. I gotta go to sleep. When I wake up the next day, the stream is still going to be going, probably. Wait. Toriel pissed in pain. She knelt down. It was going to be even harder to move now. She just realized that she was bleeding out. Chris panted. Endorphins rushed through their blood. All right. Alright. With this through their blood. Endorphin. Oh my god, endorphins. Oh my god, I'm just gonna say adrenaline. It's the same thing. Alright. Christmas taunter, we are going to die. This is like playing D&D. Yeah. Adrenaline. Susie quick. Turn to a hyper-realistic to it's spelt endorphins? Okay. Endorphins. I think Birdley would also sell Lotorial. Dude, earlier in the fic, Birdley, even with his undying form, couldn't even match her. She was just that strong. They ended up destroying half of Hometown. They... Soul. That was... This was the prime... to run away to... Wait, isn't Susie trans in this fic? Yeah. But it doesn't really affect her fighting ability now, does it? Isn't the Yes, this is a Curdly romance fanfic. No, Birdley, you lost. You know, fanfic is good, but it doesn't have any long, drawn-out fight scenes, so it's not that good. Opportunity to retreat. For once, all day, them and their soul were in agreement. I can hear the birds. I'm gonna... You know what else is a fan game song? Delta Traveler Megalovania. Oh, this is going to get annoying. I'm just going to go with the Underfell one. Trying so hard not to get claimed. Oh, I forgot to do this. Oh well. And their soul were in agreement. With one step, they sprang up and used their secret technique. Music taste is cooked. Love the Earthbound segment. Fuck yeah. Secret technique. And sprinted as fast as they and their soul could. Chat never loses. Chris had used to practice running with Noel. Sure, they weren't as fast as her. Nobody was. But they could certainly sprint for a long time. We're winning. Yeah. You guys decided to fight Omni-Man. For a long time. Toriel hissed. She knew she could easily catch up with them, but she had been bleeding profusely for 5 minutes. And more importantly, her feet were littered with holes. She grimaced. Because we almost killed you, but we are winning now. Oh my god, you're still streaming. Chris! Buddy! She grimaced. She wished healing magic worked on the caster. There's an easier way to explain that. Just have Susie be like,
Wait, why doesn't your mom just use healing magic? Rousley said it was really easy.
whatever. She grimaced and engulfed herself in flames. The pain was unbearable. She felt her flesh melting. Place. Nothing. Rule 1 of chat. Nothing is ever chat's fault. Oh boy. I wonder if this will ever get mentioned, like referenced, like other popular fan fictions. I mean, this is hardly a popular fan fiction, but you know. By the way, we have surpassed the original limit. I feel like Toriel might be going easy on us. Nah, dude, you just locked in. I was gonna have her kick you through a few buildings. I was gonna have her do like the think Chris, and then I would have Susie be like, Toriel, what the fuck are you doing? And then she would have like dapped Chris up and healed them, and then you guys would have had like a hype moments and aura moment into place. She roared in pain as the shop burst into flames. Rule 2 of chat, everything good happens because of chat, yeah. Susie the goat. Okay, I kind of want to do something to keep Toriel preoccupied. Within seconds, the building was ash. Toriel heaved. But all of her open wounds were now closed. Eggs explode. Why would Kara make Demon Toriel? Because it's funny. Are now closed. She fell to her knees. She put a paw over her face. Now to find that brat, she thought, but she heard something amusing. Halt! We have you surrounded. Toriel turned. It was the National Guard. It was the National Guard. Humans and monsters alike, decorated in heavy duty Bro, they got the CIA on her ass. Bro, I'm gonna give her some Yujiro Hanma aura. Human heavy duty SWAT arm. All with high caliber machine guns in hand. And at the head was an old dog monster. He looked to be a German shepherd. Mrs. Dreamer, you are under arrest. Put your hands up and come quietly. Wait, you still awake, girl? Isn't it like make it like, yeah, it's only 3 in the morning? Hands up and come quietly. The dog monster. He must have been their leader. Into a megaphone. Only 3 in the morning. By the way, I like how we're just going through every single, like, that's not how you spelled shepherd. Shepherd, there we go. Yelled into a megaphone. So, basically, we're running through every single villain trope. She's gone through the Omni-Man, she's done the Dio, she's got Broly aura. She's basically Conquest right now. So we're... Oh. So we're gonna give her some Yujiro Hanma aura by having her fraud check the National Guard. Yelled into a megaphone. The National Guard. There must have been at least 100 of them. Some, the cowardly ones, even stayed in their armored vehicles. I'm gonna go to sleep, chat. Okay, good night. Stayed in the armored vehicles, of which Toriel could see about 5. This was child's play. A confident smirk arose on her face. Chris's defiance had really upset her. She needed a stress reliever. And luckily, fate had provided one. Susie, we need you. My bestie is here. Okay. Chris ran. Chris, I taught you better than that. Chris ran and ran across town. Among the police tape and ambulances, there was nobody to be found. Damn it, Susie, where the hell are you? Chris thought. Don't bother, Susie. We taste disgusting. I spelled damn it wrong. Wow, it really must be late. Chris then stopped. The last time they'd seen Susie, she was with Noelle, meaning she was one of two places. Either Noelle's house, which was unlikely given that they had kept their relationship a secret from Noelle's mother, which was probably for the best. Or the spare closet opened. Yeah. There's been a dark world here the whole time. Yeah, Birdley's weird. Yeah, there's been a dark world here the whole time.
Yeah, there's been a dark world here the whole time. Wild, huh?
God damn it, Susie. As Noelle exited the closet, her mind processed a ton of information at a ton of information at once. But the biggest thing was realizing that Azriel look-alike was not actually Azriel, and her weird, I'm gonna say weird in all caps, fuck you, weird dream was actually real, and Susie brushed over the facts that she had been lying to her. Sophia, can you make Demon Toriel just killed Noelle? No. My brother has a very fuzzy attack. Alright, what would Noelle say in this situation? Would she just be like, oh, gee, Susie, that was wild? Or would she be like, what the fuck, Susie? You fucking lied to me, you bitch! And then, like, be like, okay. I keep misspelling names. It's really late. I'm sorry, chat. I'm actually going to make this a poll. Alright, there's still one active. Never mind. How does Noelle react? Negatively. Doesn't care and is staring at Susie's tail. There we go. I'm gonna change the music while you guys vote. Alright. Doesn't care? Wow. I don't have a tail. Yeah, sure you don't. Susie Deltarune. I'm not gonna include any, like, sexual material for the underage characters, guys. Stop asking for it, please. It's really weird. Sophia is lying, bruh. Alright, negatively. Susie, what the fuck? Susie, what the fuck? Alright. Susie. Noelle finally uttered. Didn't you make Onion-san do something? Oh, he does a lot. They do a lot of things. I'm messing up pronouns. Wow, it must be late. Oh. Can't wait for the Chris and Noelle cage match. Susie, what the fuck? I can't. That's good. Huh? Oh no. just need Ralse. We'll get Ralse next arc. Where's he? That gang's all here. Okay. Negatively. No, dun, 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 dun.
Susie, what the fuck? Huh? You mean there was another world in the school closet the entire time and you never told me? Well, yeah. The same closet you disappeared with Chris for hours on end. Every freaking day.
Look. Okay, look. Susie said, assuming it would smooth things over. Carol would kill Noelle for saying swear words in the house. Well, I mean, we both agreed that they're both trans in this fic, so I mean, I don't know. Are we gonna make a closet joke? Things over. It did not. Noelle asked with pleading eyes. Look. No, that's too silly. This is kind of serious. Chapter 5 looks peak, bro. Okay. Let's cook birdly into fried chicken, goddamn. Susie looked down at her bandaged hand. I keep misspelling Noelle, what the hell? Susie looks down at her bandaged hand and sometimes you get hurt. You know? I just... Chris kicks... Slam. Chris kicked open the double doors to the school. Guys, you already voted that she reacted negatively. Alright. Whatever, we have like a somewhat serious scene between these two. Door open to the school. They looked a mixed... They looked like... Okay, here's where we have to start building heat between Chris and Noelle. They looked... livid and... concerned. Also, they were covered in blood. Susie didn't notice. Chris cruises at Chris. Okay, the three of us have to lock in and beat up Toriel. Should Noelle join the fight? Or is Noelle just going to, like... I always pictured it like Chris and Susie jumping Toriel. But if Noelle's here... Susie didn't notice. Susie didn't notice the blood. Yo. What's up, dude? Yo, Chris is... And then this is like a reference to Papyrus. I'll tell you exactly what's up. Up. Susie. Okay. Thought of a joke here, but I won't say... No. Say the joke. Every suggestion is like, every joke is welcome. It just has to be funny. I'll tell you exactly what's up, Susie. I need your help. And your her Chris had not forgotten nor forgiven Noelle for hitting Birdley with a steel chair. Noelle will watch from the chair. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. Listen, Susie, I'm being put on fraud watch. I need you to get me off of it.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Yo, Chris, what's up, dude?
And you're bringing her to Castletown for hitting Birdley with a steel chair. Noelle pointed to herself and asked, Chris just glared at her. The little voice you give him occasionally. Or Noel. Yeah, and then Chris is... Here's... Susie got... Susie. Distracted. Ow.
You're covered in blood.
Chris is... What would Chris say here? Almost 6 hours, Sophia, you should sleep now. No. What should you tell Susie to convince her? You're getting eepy? Nah. I could go another 5 hours. Is Birdley dead? No. What should Chris tell Susie the truth, lie to her, what the heck? What was the truth again? That their mom kicked their ass. That Toriel had gone off the deep end and beaten the shit out of Chris. Birdley's not dead. Birdley is currently cuddling with Onion-san. Alright. Toys covered in onion plasm. I'm gonna... Nah, I still have a little bit before I need to use the bathroom. What should I do? Undyne and Asgard, no. They're both just beaten within an inch of their lives. Drink water, write Peak tomorrow. Fuck no. We're writing it now. Why do tomorrow what you could do today? Or in this case, tonight. No. Okay. Chris began to explain what had happened. Alright, we're cutting back to Birdly and Onion-san. Alright, guys. Another poll. Lying to her would be really funny. How devious. Fuck no. Alright. Birdly grunted. Onion. Son's grip grew tighter. He was covered in a thick slime that for some reason smelled like garlic. But he did feel his bones start to heal. Even if the process was incredibly slow, and he hated every microsecond of being around them. Okay. How desperate are we making Onion-san here? Birdly does not deserve this. Bird. This emoji is ship art. There are 3. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you guys, the Roaring Knight got no-diffed by Undyne. Wow, garlic. Onion-san. San was flushed. This was the first time. God damn it, chat. Had been embraced by another living thing. golly, what did this mean? Was there one friend going to become their... No, they mustn't think like that. They were only friends, despite the fact that they had only met 30 minutes ago. Beep, connection terminated. Nice weather. Sure. How much? The truth was that Onion-san was done healing Birdly 10 minutes ago, but they had enjoyed holding him so close. They had... This is like really creepy behavior on Onion-san. Poor fucking Birdly. Joy holding him so close that they didn't tell him that he was all healed up. Naturally, for the bizarre creature known as Onion-san, this was a bit of This was a bit of a pickle. Oh hell yeah, we finally broke 1,000 views. I was wondering when that would happen. No, or else they did not end up being trans. But both Susie and Noelle in this fic are trans. We probably should have made a closet joke. Another world. Nah, that's a bad joke. I'm not. I'll include another closet joke later. What is this? Alright, Alright, can we say, like, I mean, until you're done healing. You hear? Birdley was really uncomfortable with this. He knew his wings were back in shape, but So naturally, he could to heal him. What the fuck is Birdley gonna say to give Onions on the hint? Like, what is it gonna take for Onions on to take a hint? Chat, lock in. Sorry, I eat onions. He needed to find a way to get away from this weird, sad creature. You're not my type. Birdley was used to girls being obsessed with. Nah, I'm Alright. What's in it for me? What's in it for me? This made flush profusely. Oh my. They said in a really in a really irritating way. Okay. They said in a really irritating way. I taken aback. How could they possibly know that Birdly they gamer's intuition. I'm a real alpha. I could tell when the Huz are into me. This is so fuck ass. So fuck ass. I can tell when the Huz are into me. Onion San cringed. Onion San cringed and dropped Birdly instantly. Hi. You would legit say that. Instantly. Birdly hit his head hard on the stone floor. What was that for? Get the fuck out of my cave. Get the fuck out of my cave. Get the fuck out of my cave. Get a serious concussion. Get the fuck out of my cave. Please don't creep. Get the fuck out of my cave. You're not welcome here anymore. Get the fuck out of my cave. Onion San said, all whimsy and joy leaving from them. It's a different crack. No, dude, that's funny. It's funny. It's just like, the character talks like this, just immediately goes like this. Get the fuck out of my cave. Leaving from them. Ooh. Get the fuck out. Birdly. No, dude. Birdly. And don't do drugs, kids, it's bad. Okay. Surface. Swimming to the surface. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my cave. I can't. I'm sorry, that was a really good bit. Game of intuition. I'm a real alpha. I can tone the other into me. You can tone the huzzar into me. Okay. Dot. How many pages we at? We at 40 yet? We're at 40 pages. 40 pages, chat. That's wild. That's wild, and we're not even done with the arc. Noelle was stunned. Okay. Smiling Friends reference. You kissed Birdly on the mouth. Apparently, that was the most shocking part of all to her. Said Noelle is trans now, so is Noelle a man? No, they're both trans women. Oh my god, we're losing viewers. Okay. Chicken and onion soup, obviously, bro. Who the fuck is Angel Dust? A character from... Alright. You kissed Birdly. Apparently that was the most shocking part of all of this. Chris nodded. Susie brushed the bangs out of her face. Damn. Damn, Rouse is not gonna take that well. Okay, I'm gonna go start the music again. Chris asked, raising an eyebrow. Krause is one-sided, you have taste. On the mouth. What about my mom? Chris asked, raising an eyebrow. He I'm sorry, I'm not reading it out. I should be reading it out. Yeah, I was meaning to ask about that, she said, scratching the back of her scalp. Sure it was your mom? She doesn't seem like she would, do something like that. Oh. Chris looked away, tears welling. Alright guys, what are we gonna say to convince Susie to fight Toriel? Okay, you guys aren't paying attention. Okay. Noel Spellbound. By Chalk is disgusting. Yeah. It's mostly just Dusty. We're a very good chat. You guys don't pay attention. You guys need to lock in. She didn't believe it either. Oh. This is why King hates Lighteners. He was soaking wet. He was covered in onion plasm. Get the fuck out. Okay. Chalk does not taste like a dusty cookie. Try again. It just tastes like dust. And medicine. Alright. Did not. Chris, your mom's down special is overpowered. She's gonna get banned in tournaments. But burnt it does not taste like a burnt cookie. Okay. Become evil.
Let's say hypothetically, for the sake of an argument,
Noel Shapiro. Burnt cookie texture wise? Hell no. What kind of chalk you're eating? Chris rolled their eyes. Alright. No, 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 no. Okay. Chris rolled their eyes. Alright, I'm giving you guys another choice that matters. Come on, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. And when I come back, we're gonna have a result. Alright. Drag them outside to see Toriel has won. Alright. So we're gonna do that. Boop, boop. Chris rolled their eyes. And with a sharp feeling in their chest, live streams over 5 hours long. Yeah, those are rookie numbers. Alright. It's a sharp feeling in their chest. They grabbed both Susie and Noelle by the collars and dragged them outside. Sophia, I'm begging you to go to sleep. Fuck no. I don't want to sleep. Susie. Drag. Noelle just her girlfriend noting how cute she looked being typical Noelle shit. Okay. Alright.
Hey, Chris, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Susie screamed as she was dragged. Noelle just looked towards her girlfriend, noting how cute she looked being dragged against her will. And she was. I'm likely not going to stream this at all next. Well, not all, but very much next week. Alright. Against her will. Once more, the doors to the esteemed school building labeled school were kicked open by Chris Dreamer. I really wish I could play like specials right now. I wish I could play and with that they saw Smoke. Smoke billowed on the horizon. The screams of sirens of all sort littered the air. From the school, they could see the crater where Toriel and Birdley had fallen into during their fight. During their fight, the massive hole in town was enough to but more proof present itself as new as police helicopters headed toward the area Chris had left. Chris passive aggressively gestured with their hands. Look, I told you. Black shelter code theory. Okay. Jesus fucking. It's really funny. Jesus fucking Christ. As Susie said under her breath. Noel. She still that Toriel who did imagine that it was Toriel who did all this, but given. Alright, we have the Delta Traveler squad. We have Chris, Noel, and Susie. Okay. Alright. But given Chris's injuries and the... It was hard to deny it. And now we cut back. Toriel yawned. Atop she sat on a mountain of of bodies, all within an inch of their life. All 5 vehicles had their end ripped out. Everyone was Toriel killed few. Toriel had even killed a few of the weaker ones by accident. Their dust polluted the air. There was nothing left for her. She saw it out of the corner of her eye. This music does not fit at all. Let me change it. All right. Out of the corner of her eye. Movement. Not gonna lie, I need to leave chat. It's okay. You can leave chat. Chat needs to lock in anyway. Movement. She saw it out of the corner of her eye. Movement. Lieutenant Ford. Crawl He was paralyzed from the waist down, and his left arm was shattered. His radio was smashed to bits. His gun was useless against her. Ford Pines? It's not Ford Pines. It's like was useless against her. Desperately. And painfully, he inched away. Each slight movement causing a sharp pain within him. He prayed to God. Somebody would help him, but nobody came. Gaster's Diddy theory. What are you talking about, chat? I like how this started as like a shitposty Curdly fanfiction. But nobody came. Tutorial watched and escape. It was amusing. It was amusing. Bro, go to sleep. Why? It was amusing. Like watching its wings had been torn off. She jumped down from the mountain of broken bodies she had used as a perch and went on the concrete with a clack. Ford turned around. He saw her staring back at him with the same smile his mother used to give him when he was but a boy. feel in this is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. The fact that there's like serious scenes in this fic now make it funnier to me. I'm back. Hi, back. Alright. Well, look made him feel indescribable. Frantically. He tried harder and harder to inch away faster, but was met with a slow, methodical footsteps of Oreo. He knew he wouldn't escape, but every fiber of his being told him to keep moving. He didn't want to die. He was next in emotion. His girlfriend had just gotten their new child. He had to live. But the truth was, no matter what he did that day, no matter what happened, his choices didn't matter. Torio flicked her fingers and he burst into flames. Burst. He screamed. Oh, how he screamed. A blood-curdling scream. How he felt his eyes boil. He felt the blisters carve his skin. Watching since the fight with Torio. Guys, what the fuck? The blisters carve his skin. He felt his blood karma and his flesh cook. And that was how he died. Alone and forgotten. Bye. Okay. How sad, yeah. Alone and forgotten. Torium didn't even know why she had killed him. Do you think about every ant you step across? What were we on? This fanfic. The Delta Traveler gang are about to meet Toriel. She's gaining some aura though. Rip Lieutenant Ford. It's apocalyptic Deltarune theory. Do you think about every... No. Silly. Perhaps it was the... No. She kept all the spelling mistakes in? No, they're annoying to me. This Delta Traveler collab episode? No, I mean like Susie, Noel, and Chris are gonna confront Toriel. Hands and clapped. And like that, all of the bodies burst into flames. And soon there was nothing but dust and ash. And she soon the stream randomly appeared in my feed and I'm interested in whatever you're writing. Good. It's a shitpost fic. I'm giving Toriel aura because she's a shonen villain now. Okay, we're gonna change the music because this is like literally Undertale Yellows, but nobody came. So give me a sec. No, we're not doing that. She decided to walk away. On her walk, she noticed the police and news helicopters. She shrugged. And snap and created tiny embers no bigger than a penny, and she flicked them towards the aircrafts, and then there were no more helicopters in the sky.
Oh, my full name? It's Susie Gaster.
Imagine making a Susie Gasser joke after I just described how she soloed the fucking National Guard, dude. No, we've been doing this for 6 hours. Oh, Undertale Yellow music, Al? Yeah. Alright. Tutorial. Looked at fireworks in the sky and felt nothing. There was no point. So do you think if professional scriptwriters write boom out loud? I don't care if they do. I like the Susie voice you do. I'm rearranging my vocal cords to sound like that.
Ah, fucking cool, dude.
So she simply continued forward. Then she raised her head and smiled. She had found them. There in front of her stood Chris. Dried blood on their face. And like they brought friends. Ah, Noelle. That bitch's daughter. How lovely it would be to see her face after learning her daughter was dead. It served her right. Her town was in crisis. And where was she? Huh. It didn't matter. She'd come out to play eventually. And who is that holding hands? It matters not. Yeah. I'm really enjoying writing Evil Toriel, by the way. I'm really enjoying it. It's such like a break from conventional. I don't know. It's like really inspiring creative juices. She's pretty heavily inspired by like Dio and Sukuna, but like it's a lot of fun. It matters not. Toriel's eyes. There she was. It was Susie. How lovely would it be? I'm enjoying reading this. I really want, as stated before, Carol is going to be like the main villain of the next 2 arcs. So, just like alluding to like her in the future is like very fun for me. It was Susie. Tutorial. No. She had welcomed Susie with open arms. And now she had seen what she had become. Carol Knight theory. No, the Roaring Knight is dead. The Roaring Knight is dead and it got killed by Undyne. I wonder how I would write a character like formal but evil like. Birdly phobic Carol theory. I don't think Carol gives a shit about Birdly. No, she'd seen what she'd become. Toriel wasn't sure how to feel. She knew Susie had bullied Chris. Yet, she was their only friend. And she hoped she would That was in the past. Is the knight a zombie? No, the knight's dead. The knight got killed by Undyne in like an off-screen gag. Remember when this had jokes, chat? I'm really hungry. I might like take a break from stream soon to eat something because I'm really hungry. That was in the past. She just stood there. Hands and... Has you a brownie through the screen. The thing is that the knight doesn't really fit in the story I want to tell, simply because the knight's motives are all over the place, and I didn't. Yeah. And frankly, making Carol the main big bad made more sense. Carol falls into a depression because Des is dead. Actually, I was kind of the way I was like envisioning Carol as the main villain was like Carol was responsible for Des's disappearance. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Another choice that matters. Can't wait for the epic battle between Toriel and Carol. You're gonna have to wait a while. Did I just... No, I didn't. Okay. Be sure to bring popcorn. Nah. Alright, guys. What are we doing? Sparatorial? You can make a difference. You can make it right. I'm gonna loop this song because it's pretty good for this. Who's got their ass beat, so I'm not sure. Yeah, no, chat. It lies with you. Fight Toriel. It's 50-50. I'm gonna go get that something to eat, like maybe some toast or something. Then I'll come right back to this. So, give you guys a few seconds to deliberate. I'm back. I'll probably go to bed. Bye. Okay. Click because the fight's. So that I could solo. Alright. Let's do this shit. Chris. Tutorial began looking to the floor. Before Chris threw a roundhouse kick at their mother. Toriel dodged it easily. Susie yelled. Don't you try to her first. Give me a second, I'm chewing chap.
The hell are you doing? Don't you want to try talking to her first?
Chris. Oh, oops. Press that. Where's my mouse? My mouse is right here. Toriel said. It's more like a 2.5 v1. It was nice to meet. the purple dragon questioned. No. Misspelled Toriel? Give me a sec. Before stated, creating another Lotus Inferno and firing it point blank at Susie. Susie, remembering the training she had received in the Dark Worlds, fell flat on her chest before the fireball was expelled in her direction. Susie got up.
The hell's the matter with you?
Realization hit her, and she froze.
Susie?
Noel asked, but when she looked into her girlfriend's eyes, she saw nothing but pure panic. Susie was sweating bullets. Noel it's a bit weird doing a team fight because you have to like consider everyone. Noel grabbed Susie's jacket and pleaded, Susie, you have to. No, we're in a serious fight here. Need to leave, she ordered. Chris, we need to leave now, she screamed. That's in caps, that's annoying. She screamed. Chris, however, was too. Alright guys, you want to lay in another Dempsey combo on Toriel? Chris, however, was too preoccupied. They threw. You're bored? Then leave the stream. You don't need to stay here. Tutorial. Richie weaved out of the way. Grabbing their face with both hands in retaliation. That's how you spell retaliation. What? Okay. Susie's is a wrong word, whatever. In retaliation. Yeah. You think you can beat me with your friends? Toriel said in disgust. Clearly, I didn't raise you right. You're soft, just like your father. Go to sleep? No. Just then, Toriel took Chris's face and kneed it and slammed her knee into it. Chris flew back. Okay, so maybe the 3v1 didn't go as planned. Bro. You brought 2 lesbians with mommy issues and an emo teenager to fight against Conquest, basically. You're cooked. So, is Chris selling? Yeah, Chris flew back. flew back, but Toriel grabbed their sweater. It sounded like a good team. And said, "You watch your friends die? Fine. Fine by me." Before picking them up and dropping their spine on her knee. Chris couldn't feel the lower half of their body. Chat, your team's washed. Okay. It's been going on for the whole day. Has it? Oh, it's been going on for the full night for me. Alright. Chris couldn't feel the lower half of their body. And Toriel tossed them to the pavement. Take a good long look. See. Burdley fought better in three concussions. To be fair, Chris has no magic and is canonically weak in the light world. Also, Burdley had access to an ascended form. Chris, Noel scream. She said with a cruel chuckle. Alright, chat. 3v1 has now become a 2v1. Noel. Toriel walked forward, taking her time as she did. Holy shit, did they get snapped in hat? Cray. As she did. Noel. Sweat. I misspelled. I did not misspell her name. Bullets. Held. She she screamed. But it didn't work. Toriel gave a full grin, broken teeth and all, as she winded up a left hook and punched Noelle in the stomach. Heroes of the Prophecy, by the way, yeah. She gagged for air and was sent flying. This seemed to wake Susie up. Don't touch her. She roared. You for nailing right. A punch to Toriel's jaw. But Tori didn't move. She roared like the night. I'm worried about your mental health. I think you should be sleeping now. Dude, it's fine. God, why is ever... You know what kind of pisses me off? The fact that all of you keep saying, you should sleep, you should sleep. Guys, I've been looking forward to doing this all day. This is legitimately what I care about doing. You don't need to worry about my mental health. You're not my therapist, so chill out, okay? People do all-nighters all the time. I don't see how this is any different. I should be sleeping now and I am in Australia. Okay, then sleep. I don't give a shit. The toilet didn't move. Okay. Okay. Didn't move. Instead, moved to Susie. Looking at her with an overwhelming intensity. Susie. I'm not scared of you. Toriel smiled in response. She just walked for and as Susie stumbled back, she moved her to her chest and whispered, "1-inch punch." By the way, this is on you guys. Someone in chat like a while ago suggested giving Toriel a 1-inch punch. Susie stumbled to her knees. Blood pouring from her mouth. Toriel looked down at her. Visions of a life that would never come to be filled her mind. Lesbian kid, get out of here, Dobson. Fanfic Susie, I believe in you. Filled her mind. There was once a time where she envisioned them as a family. Toriel wins. Those memories of a different life, they were all just dreams. And all dreams end eventually. That's a callback to the beginning of the fic. A 1-inch punch, One Punch Man. This is foreshadowing for the fact that it's gonna get animated by JC Staff, the studio that makes OPM Season 3. God, I hope so. Filled her mind. As Susie tried to cope with the pain, Toriel stood. She hope. Is this what? How much did you spend on this scene? I don't know, man. Almost 7 hours in. Around her leg. It was Chris. They had somehow found the determination to crawl to their mother. Toriel looked down it was all just sad, really. I love to eat, and she's still here, man. How much? It was all just sad, really. I'm gonna turn off the forest sounds. They're kind of distracting. I know someone a while ago asked for them. Give me a second. It was all just sad, really. Chris screamed a blood curdling cry. I wonder if someone will actually read this. God damn it, I have to rewrite this. Chris screamed a blood curdling cry. That's fine. That can be fixed. Before there's a sound effect I want to play, guys. Ah, damn. Tutorial was encased in ice. No. I need to see the Curdly lore timeline. Maybe in a little bit. Maybe I'll read through the entire thing when we end. We're not. I want to finish the arc today. Like some sort of king of snow graves. He's breathing heavily. Ice. Shock. Chris grimaced. Their arms had been frozen too, and it hurt like hell. Oh, you woke up. You gonna go back to sleep? Okay, good. It hurt like hell. But at least she was put away. The ice shattered. Near. Guns. Later. Chris turns into Grimace from McDonald's. Yeah, sure. Tutorial cracked her neck. Noel. Okay. Then looked at Noel with a look of pure disdain. Noel, don't ever use that shit on me again. When does Gaster reveal that he's a Mexican cartel? Ice beats fire. Are they stupid? Oh, Shepard. Had she across ice magic before? What was this? How many chapters is this long? There aren't any chapters. This is the first arc. Onion plasm. Don't you ever use that shit. No, what's this? Teeth and ran, and briefly she vanished from view. Tutorial, however, could see her. Could see her. Noel was at the top of an abandoned building. Tutorial thought. Leave now. There's going to be as many arcs as necessary. There's going to be 3. That's the plan now. This is going back to Dragon Ball. Said as ran over and scooped up Chris and ran for the hills. Well, I'm new. So certainly keep you busy until you beat the Mother Trilogy. Noel. Noel, dear. Whatever you are planning, it won't work. Okay, chat, we're gonna do the most fan fiction thing ever. This better had work. You slimy salesman. All right. Noel equipped the thorn ring. There we go. She felt its power deep in her veins. This is the part where she casts a spell she doesn't know. Yup. Power deep in her veins. It hurt. It like hell. But it was exhilarating. Wasn't it? Noelle's eyes rolled back into her skull, and she began to levitate. Susie continued to run.
Damn, I'm next to useless.
Oh. This is taking a bit of a weird route, yup. Well, this better work. This is very Dragon Ball Z, I've noticed. This is very Final Flash. This should appear to save the day in the light world now. Toriel felt the air grow cold. pitch black sky grew full of clouds. Snow grave. Noel, you must have dated me, the seventh worms. Snow grave, she whispered. Toriel's eyes widened. What? What did she just say? A long pill of snow consumes Toriel. She screamed, but Noel did not succumb. Toriel felt a weird sensation. I'm gonna change the music. It's kind of getting old. All right. All right. No, it's barely a song. This show is getting old. That's rude, I'd say. Why is Toriel acting like old Broly? Because it's funny. This works. This works. But Noel did not succumb. And soon, the entire block was covered in ice. Susie continued to run. What the hell is? Chris asked. Susie responded. I... And
For whatever reason.
Onion plasm, clearly. What the fuck is onion plasm? Yeah, we're getting there. I kind of forgot that that's what the stream title was. Okay. Chat's kind of refilling. What the fuck is...
She seemed like she already knew him.
Susie then stopped and put Chris off of her shoulders. Why is Bradley covered in it? Why is Chris not horrifying? Chris got their back broken by their mom. Chris legitimately got fucking paralyzed. She cringed. Ridley loves onion plasm. I know, Chris got crispitalized. So I'm rewriting the ending of the fic I came up with, Tenna, because I wasn't happy with it. Basically, we're having our final fight. Toriel destroyed the National Guard. She killed all of them. And yes, I do mean kill. I decided that chat controls the soul. And chat chose violence. So Toriel is now omni-manning them. It's really funny. Susie knows it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's an end. There will be.
Alright, I forgot. Sorry, dude.
Susie said before casting. Okay. Isn't it like Ultra Heal or something? It's like, I'm just gonna say okay heal. I'm also going to change the music after this. This is getting really annoying. Kind of sucks that I can't play actual Undertale music. Looks dead inside friend. Reminder, this is a currently fic. How can the knight be dead in the fic if Chris is alive? They're the same person. When does onion plasm come into play? Trust me. Oh god, I forgot I made this. Alright. Onion plasm. He was covered in onion plasm. Alright. For people who don't know, Toriel is a demon, and she destroyed half of hometown. She almost killed both Asgore and Undyne. and she beat Birdly within an inch of his life twice. Chris felt the bones being healed back into place, and suddenly they could walk again. How long is this fanfic? Will there be Carol and X Toriel Yuri? Okay, so guys, you want to know why Toriel hates Carol so much in this fic? Maybe I should save it for later. It's kind of silly. Nay. Susie fell back onto the floor. Sighed. God. Chris nodded. We all need onion plasm. Chris, I remember your snow grave. Alright. Oh. Wow, the Google Doc, sorry, I'm getting mixed up on pronouns. I'm sorry, it's late. Happened to Birdly and Onion Song. So Birdly decided to act like an alpha gamer around Onion Song, and Onion Song told him to get the fuck out. It's really funny. What's happening now? Okay, so this is like round 1 of the final battle. Toriel is fighting Chris, who she has some Omni-Man shit with. Susie, who she also has some Omni-Man shit with, and Noelle, who she has some like Perfect Cell meets Vegeta shit with. Basically, Toriel wants to kill Noelle to get back at Carol. Susie dug around her for some spare chalk and ate it to manage stress. Normally, Chris would ask for some, but what the hell happened to Ralsei? Ralsei's in the dark world. He can't go to the light world. Ralsei the Forgotten Gal. Ralsei's in the dark world. Sophia getting addicted to onion plasm. God, I'm so tired. It's almost 6 in the morning. I've literally done an all-nighter on this fucking fanfiction. It's rude to talk about someone who's listening, yeah. Normally Chris would ask for some, but didn't. Alright, chat, I'm gonna do another poll. 2. You guys are the soul, remember? You guys are the soul. You get to choose what happens. When is the fanfic being released? When it's done. Lots of people want to ask Susie what's wrong. Release the Onion Sun files. Come on, remember, you guys. We need a CD Goat Simulator, or I'll say, for friends. Oh yeah, the chat. You guys decided that both Susie and Noelle are trans in this fic. I don't know how we'll bring that up, but they just are. I'll wait till a few more people vote. I misclicked. Maybe we should think less about the decision. $14 votes. It's not enough. I want everyone in chat to vote. Voting is compulsory. Vote. But they didn't. They felt uneasy. They wondered. I think option 1 physically can't win. Oh, it can. They wondered if Birdley was still alive. They wondered if was okay. Toriel is gonna rise from the ground like Dragon Ball Super Broly hitting the Super Saiyan. Yup. We haven't had a joke in like a few pages. So okay, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna end the poll now. You guys have made your decision. But right now, I don't know if I should say. Susie responded. Mm.
Ah, yeah, fuck it, here it goes.
Chris knew why, but just sat there anyway. And brace for how cringy this. Tori, come back. You need a Dragon Ball. We need a Dragon Ball theme to be playing. Won't because Mr. Copyright will eat you. She's gonna fire from heat without a perfect imitation. Be burned to death by Toriel. Susie isn't gonna die here, I don't think. Would be. I misspelled that the wrong way.
She just, I don't know.
Fuck this boss fight, by the way. It's the worst boss fight in the game. Why was the deviant doing all this tomfoolery? I don't think. I don't think Susie's the one to just like outsort us. Say like,
Yeah, Chris, I can't fight your mom because she's like what I wish my mom was.
Susie isn't gonna say that. That's all. Me too. Oh, this is kind of perfect. We need some prime aura farming music. Nothing. Honest day's work. Make Rouse appear in the light world. Gaster sent the soldier to save the adult. No, Gaster already appeared as a normal fucking guy. That was the joke, and it was really funny. Sometimes I think you guys just aren't paying attention. I'm kidding. That's a dick move. Me too, Chris said. Does Susie know yet that Chris kissed Birdley? Yes. Yes, she knows. There was a Smiling Friends reference about it. She's like,
You kissed Birdley on the mouth?
Like that was a thing she took away from the entire story. Plasm is a special substance released only special property leading to miraculous healing abilities. Perform an onion sawn experiences love. You just hate Rousey, fraud writer. Dude, he's gonna show up in the next arc. I just since the story predominantly takes place in the light world, there's really no way to do it. The block was covered in ice. The ice had made snowflake like diagrams across floor. Despite the fact that it was November, it had begun to snow. In the center of it all was a large obelisk of ice. Chris, how do you respond to the current The center was a large obelisk of ice. The silhouette of a boss monster inside. Noelle started to hum. Did Noelle use a spell she didn't know? Yeah. It was pretty peak, in my opinion. Noelle started to hum. Noelle started to hum. This was the best she had felt in years, ever since. Alone in the angel's bliss. Not a thought in her mind. The battle was won. The enemy was destroyed. And now there was nothing left that mattered. Didn't Toriel put a hole in Asgore's chest? No. She just fucking hit him really hard. Okay? Like, Jesus. You guys invented that. I must overcome the temptation. Power shit involved saved him. Asgore's heroes clap this bitch Toriel no Hey, Cooler, I'm gonna reread the Asgore section just for you. Just for you, I'm gonna reread it. Asgore. I'm just going to reread it just for you, Cooler. Just for you. Toriel had lost her voice, yet somehow she was still laughing. The gentle song of the crickets fell over hometown as emergency services were spread thin, caring for the destroyed town. Ambulances shrieked, police questioned, yet somehow it had been hours and Toriel had still not yet been caught. She wondered if it was fate. Was she untouchable? She thought it was hilarious. She heard the leaves crunch behind her instinctively and turned around, ready for a fight. Oh, it was him. Asgore stood, a concerned look stretched across his face. He had a thermos with golden flower tea in it in his right hand, and in his left he had an old beat-up flashlight. He looked disheveled, like he hadn't slept in years. Toriel scoffed. This pathetic creature in front of her was nothing. One attack and he would be reduced to dust. She grinned. This would be fun. Hello, Tori. I was looking for my truck. Found it at the bottom and I found the bottom of my shop covered in lake water, and I can't find my truck. Have you seen it? Asgore asked. For whatever reason, the woman he still loved was somehow so terrifying to him. She hopped off the picnic table, smiling with childish delight as she did. She whipped her head to Asgore, her neck cracking as she did, and she walked forward. Asgore stepped back, a cold sweat brewing on his forehead. Tori, Asgore said, feeling a shiver from the inside of his body. Toriel smiled a toothy grin. She stared at him for a long time, staring deep into his soul. Asgore simply looked back in silence. Asgore, do you remember why we split? She said with a cold calmness in her voice. It reminded Asgore of a certain someone. It sent shivers down his spine. It was real Asgore. He wouldn't be playing around with that hoe. Instead, he would have picked her up and break her back, Bane style. Nope. Well, yes, it was because I had a few too many drinks. Beers, Toriel corrected. Ah, yes, a few too many beers. Then I crashed into the school, killing about 6 or was it 7 children? Asgore had his I can't say that with a straight face. Asgore held his head in shame. He had tried everything to forget that night. He was ashamed of losing his job and the disgust Chris and Toriel had for him. He was finally about to forget, and Toriel reminded him of his shame. He felt disgusted with himself. Why could he not remember how many times he tried to end it all? Why? Why was Toriel reminding him of the worst night of his life? Toriel stood there with a patient grin before bowing her head. I am sorry for how I acted that day, she said calmly. She raised her eyes full of tears. She sniffled. Toriel began to cry. It seems after everything I am nothing but a hypocrite. Asgore disgusted with himself. No way he'd be proud. He's a demon in Section 8. Nah, bruh. Asgore's heart pounded under the pressure. This was the woman, despite everything, he had still loved. His partner who could only really understand him. No, the only one who could really understand him. With a heavy heart and tears, Asgore walked over to comfort the woman he once called his wife. The woman he had hoped would one day take him back. He walked over to her and gave her a hug. Toriel began to sob. Asgore rubbed her back. She wrapped her arms around him and smiled. She turned to Asgore and kissed him for the first time since they had been divorced. She caressed his bearded face. I have never stopped loving you, she said with her usual kind face. Asgore felt light for the first time in forever. Maybe everything was going to be okay. Yeah, he could come home and they could be a family again. Before he felt a sinking pain in his chest. What was this? Toriel was still smiling, but why? Why was he coughed up blood. Alright. One inch punch, she whispered in her former lover's ear. Asgore collapsed to his knees. Why? Why had Toriel done this? Toriel knelt down, smile scratching across her face. What a miserable creature, she whispered, barely containing her ghastly amusement. She gripped Asgore's balding head and slammed it into the ground below, knocking him out instantly. Toriel threw her head back and laughed as loud as she could, and then she began to think she was really no better than him, and for some reason that made her happy. She pulled back her leg and kicked Asgore in the ribs over and over and over and over, cackling with demonic glee as she did. Wet cracking noises of flesh and bones breaking, fracturing filled her with glee. And then Undyne shows up and ruins it. So yeah, that's what happened to Asgore. You did not have to include balding head, bruh. He got the Hulk Hogan head, bro. Jeez. Oh, Toby Fox do this to us. Nothing mattered. What sound effect should I use? Let the man have some aura. No, oh, this is because of Burnley, by the way. I love how this turned from like an obvious shit post to like pretty fucked up. I love that. No. Well, Kara is one of the best viewers here that would have do it for entertainment. Crush. The ice first splintered. Then it began to crack. The ice then crumbled, and the obelisk was reduced to ice shavings on the floor. What has happened? Did Burnley ever pay for his hospital? No, he never will. Ice shavings on the floor. There was Toriel, heaving, frost bitten and cold. There was certainly no doubt about it. Noelle was her mother's daughter. Toriel hears worse than Griffith. You'll give Birdley the money. Yeah, we'll forward it to him. Was her mother's daughter. To think she'd survive this attack twice in her lifetime. Twice in her lifetime. It made her sick. Hold up, Birdley's currently swimming out of the lake. He'll be there whenever the rest of the gang job. Alright. Have you never read a shonen thing before? The hero always shows up last. Okay, made her sick. Her eyes then pointed at the holiday girl. Humming and singing Christmas. Oh, there, it's on brand. Did he receive his healing onion nugs? Yes, he did. I feel like we need to go in and add more jokes because this has been pretty fucking depressing so far. I'm humming Christmas tunes, blissfully unaware that her attack had failed. Make it like Sinan so Birdley will watch Chris experience. No. No, I'm not going to do that. They're teenagers. I'm not going to do that cooler. I feel like the fact that this exists and the fact that this has been going on for this long is in and of itself a joke. Just woke up. Why are you still doing this? Because it's fun? I'm having fun here. You can't change... that her attack had failed. Toriel squatted down and then leaped in a single bow to the top of the abandoned building Noelle had perched. Alright, chat. How do you want Toriel to beat up Noelle? Alright, I'm gonna go change the music, because if it's just this the whole time, it's gonna be pretty... grass. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Conquest versus Invincible stuff. Okay. Oh, perfect. Dun 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 dun. Noelle had perched. Tutorial. Felt the veins in her face contort and slither like mating yeah. Pythons. With Noelle, the poor lost girl. No. Didn't even know what planet she was on. She was high. The ring it had given her such wonderful but she could not even see the right hand headed for her. Divine fist. Holy fire. Why is Noelle high? The ring doesn't have drugs in it. She's just so old. This is pacifist Noelle. She hasn't done the weird route. So the power the ring gives her is so overwhelming and puts her in like a drug-like state. Badass beatdown coming up. The building. Into magma-like flames. The clouds had parted and the sky was clear again. Sophia is just a junkie tries to insert a character she can't relate to. If I did that, then Susie would be the junkie. And the building along with the entire frozen block was atomized. It was atomized. Noelle laid there in the... Hi, you're awake again? Noelle's so high, it's nice to see her. Take after her sister. Bro, the fact that Toriel has attacked itself like holy and divine while being a demon is so funny to me. Then everyone burns to death. Crater. The burns barely affecting her. Yet she was still hurt. That didn't matter much to Toriel. This is so dumb. Toriel had leapt into the air and then positioned her knees to be the first that hit the ground. And down she fell. How does the rest of the world react to this event? Dude, they sent in the National Guard and Toriel killed them all. This truly was a hometown incident. And down she fell. How many pages are we at? Almost 50. Wow. Noelle coughed, but she did not know why. Nor did she recognize the Toriel moving like Sukuna, yeah. Oh. What page is this? Oh, it's almost 50. Platinum with the friends we made along the way. Toriel's possessed by a human spirit. Nah, dude. Nah, dude, this is all monster. Smiled with her broken and cracked teeth. She lifted her. She lifted her up and held her in place. Before punching her in the stomach so hard it ruptured her intestine. And then she did again and again. She then jumped up. Now she then slammed the teenage girl to the floor, face first, and grabbed one of her legs. The gore is insane. This is definitely a Invincible fight. Holy shit.
Susie, I need you, Susie.
Bro, yeah, no. Earlier Toriel popped like one of Undyne's eyes, and like the chunks of her eyes like fell down her face. She's done. One of her legs. Toriel's grin grew 3 sizes that day as she ran at top speed, and in a blink of light there was a red trail where Noelle once was. And the knight making a Titan tutorial. No, dude, the knight's dead. Where Noelle was. Toriel kept running until she stopped at the holiday estate. It was only... Bring them back? No. The story I want to tell has nothing to do with the knight. I'm sorry. The knight would just get in the way. It was only 2 miles away, but the damage had been done. The knight is in the entire fight. It's literally a Birdly X Chris fic, and Chris is the knight. No, not in this one, they aren't. Been done. Noelle had seen better days. Yet, somehow, she was still alive. Her front teeth. Burger Pants like Susie's dad, that'd be really funny. Her front teeth were gone. and her face was covered in third-degree burns. And somehow she was still alive. Toriel took the girl like a rag doll and threw her through the metal gates. The gates bars bent around well and went flying. Susie's dad has blue ears. Trust it already happened. No. Toriel. Then toss Noelle's near lifeless body in the air. Gotta make an animated adaptation one day. I hope so. I like how people have like one of two responses. It's either, wait, this is a currently fic? How? And the other half is like, bro, this is it. Bro, get Studio Mappa on this now. I love that. It makes me happy. I don't know, maybe I should go back to writing comics. Because this is like just comic stuff. And then, with a devastating front kick, kicked her through Holiday Manor's front doors. I never read a fanfic before. Is this accurate? No, this is me doing my own thing. Doors. The doors shattered on impact, and Toriel simply turned around and took her leave. Yeah, Noelle's washed. How in the Hanukkah is Noelle alive? I need her alive later on. Let's just say the Thorn Ring gave her some extra determination or something. Remember kids, comic characters can take as much punishment as you want them to take. And they can still be alive. I don't know why a lot of women are fine with being called bro. Just how language works. I need fan art of this. This is what happens when Susie doesn't tank for them. Dude, Susie is useless in this fight. Speaking of which... We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. We should finish up in a few hours. Been at this for 8 hours? Yeah, why not? Please like, comment, subscribe, and share the stream. Big ass beatdown coming up. Took your leave. But Toriel turned to her right. It was Susie and Chris. Susie had genuine rage and... Oh wait, did I not take the thing down? I did not. Huh. So no 24-hour stream. I'll take fan-made Woody Super Boss's dog shit. Not the biggest... Yeah, see, this is funny. And her eyes... So you've come back. I want to raise you as a human. You are a monster only in blood. Your real training begins now. Unironically, that's what happened earlier on. Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up. Yeah. Profusely. Yeah, get the fuck out, Onion San said. You want to do things the hard way? Fine! She then turned around and threw them at the convenience store, simply labeled Sans. If only you had listened. She slammed Chris's face into the white tiles below. Blood erupted from their nostrils as their nose broke. She pulled their head back of her child once more. Chris looked at their mother and spat in her face before something forced them to smile. Toriel began slamming Chris's head over and over again. Had enough yet? Chris gripped a fist and punched Toriel in the face. Literally, invincible. I'm gonna do a full read through when we're done. This is incredible. Yeah. I know. With an uncertain feeling. Come now, Susie. It's never this deep. Come now, Susie. You and better than anyone. A fight is a fight. It doesn't matter if your opponent is broken. She smiled. Beaten. or even Susie Susie threw up Come now, Susie. I'll show you how we monsters fight. Reminder to news covers this is all caused because Chris kissed Birdley. This is still the first arc, yes. Purple Magic came out. It back. Her. And didn't think you had it in you. Chris. Chris nodded. Both of them knew what they needed to do. Them. Susie, instead of using Rude Buster, uses Ultimate Healing Tutorial and does... What is this? Some kind of Deltarune? Hands in her pockets. I didn't think you had it in you. This. Another JoJo reference for the marbles. This will be the final round. All right. Toriel cried in ecstasy. I'm touring it. Okay. Alright, I really wish I could play Your Battle is My Battle, because that would work so well here. Huh. Alright. Give me a second. Dun 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 dun. I clicked the onion plasm thumbnail. Bye for real this time. Okay, bye, Cooler. Plasm. I can't read that without laughing. This'll be it! The final round! That's a horrible idea. It's like the Undertale, it's a great idea. No. And then all three fighters met. Susie. So someone suggested last time that Susie should go for an axe kick. Susie went for an axe kick. My favorite character, Starwalker, gotten a cameo yet? Not yet. That was blocked by Toriel. Chris. A left. Hot. Toto and Yuji versus Mahito. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. It was time. They in the past, they knew perfectly, and Chris for a flurry of open palm strikes. While Susie squared up and land heavier blows. Can random characters from completely different pieces of media show up? No. King, are there typos on purpose? I'm not a king. And no, there aren't. Every character's dialogue is really forced, and it's really only for plot. What the fuck do you mean? All characters' dialogue is forced. That's how. What? Whatever. Attempted heavier blows. I left. A roundhouse kick. By the Demon Queen. Streamer titled Rage Bait, your writing's amazing, keep cooking. Chris and Susie have so much energy, they try to pull off bullshit Team would never do, and Toriel genuinely doesn't know what to do despite class. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Parried by the Demon Queen. Then they switched. Yes. Blend a bicycle kick. Tutorial. What the hell did I do? I think he's confused. Who's he? You call Has Been a masterpiece? I would disagree, but I'm high too. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I just think it's a good show. Put it into the chicanery. With two swift a road chomp she put Susie down, and then she unloaded a 10-string combo into Chris. Low kick into up. Into Low kick into uppercut into force palm into roundhouse into overhead into throat chop. That's fucking. Throat chop into axe kick. Keep misspelling kick. Elbow strike. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Into clothes line. Into leg sweep into downge. Clothes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Into leg sweep. Chris was sent to the floor. With a big out again. Ain't no minors, please. It's a family friendly street. What the fuck are you guys talking about? That was 6, 7. But Susie. Who catch Ariel by surprise by gripping her waist and then hitting a German suplex. Real bounced up off the concrete and flipped to her feet, but met by Chris's drop kick. The greatest meme reset ain't gonna happen. Anyone who believes the meme right? You said. What the fuck? What the fuck is a meme reset, chat? Like the idea that 6'7" won't be funny anymore. I mean, just give it a few months into her chest. Toriel was shocked. She coming. Seriously, where did Chris learn to fight? Alright, guys. Alright. Where did Chris learn to fight? Fist beats scissors. Knuckle fight is so much funnier. True. Gotta perform the left, right, good night. True. Slashed across Toriel's back. Slash Toriel across the back. Toriel then need Susie in the jaw. She felt her brain slam against the sides of her skull. Toriel grinned. Enough of this tag team nonsense, she thought. Only for Chris to slide in. What's funny, you're a teenager battling with a fist against God. For Chris to slide in. Once more, they took up a perfect north paw boxing stance. And with might they a left hook, then a right with lightning fast speed into Toriel's jaw. Then a flurry of jabs to her stomach. This sentence is going straight into the Bible. Please elaborate. North Paw Boxing stands for the World Bill. You don't know what a North Paw... It's like, you know, like... it means Chris is right-handed. Basically, that's what it means. I'm not going to have a Baki thing, because I don't like a Baki narrator, because I haven't had a narrator so far. And I feel like it would break immersion. Stomach. Toriel spat up blood, and the next thing she saw was Susie hitting a spinning heel kick into her face. Wait, Gaster the Baki narrator? No, Gaster works at the hospital. Spinning heel kiss. Whoa. Different kind of fan fiction, buddy. This editorial fall back. She understood now. Individually, Chris and Susie were weak, but together they became unstoppable. And there comes the morning sun. I have officially been writing this all night. Holy shit. 9 hours. Oh, knife combos go crazy 1. Okay, time for Chris to pull out the knife. They became unstoppable. Chris pulled out their butterfly knife and flipped it open. It was a gift from Birdley. They remembered first attack. First attacked Birdley. I wish I could play like it's going down now, but I'm afraid of the copyright. disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes and tell me the things you're babbling about behind my back. The tenacity and hope it's hard to become. It's too late for apologies. It's going down. Oh God, just saw this a couple. There's a man in chat. He is happy to see you. Are you happy to see him? Hell no. There. They were gonna make her pay. They were gonna make her pay. Wrist. They. Hey, there's a sound effect I want to play. They felt it. There. And slash. Let a woman do hobbies. Hell nah. You've been doing this all day, all night. All night for me, buddy. I might need to do another bathroom break. And with one slash, Toriel felt it across her chest. It was the first time since Undyne that anyone had made her bleed. She was almost impressed. She remembered reading that when humans get aggravated, their strength due to high amounts of determination could I'm being sent to hell. This was the power she knew had. It's not determination when it's a mental issue, but she's rocking that shit. She knew they had. She had been so confused watching Chris grow up. Seeing them as stronger than the others, and yet they let others push them around. How ironic it was that the one to nurture that child would now be on receive end of their fury. Chris slashed over and over. Toriel dog. But had forgotten about Susie. What should Susie do? Fuck it, Susie's throwing a trash can. Susie likes throwing things. Who had picked up a nearby trash can and slammed it across Toriel's head. This is still going, yep. She stumbled, but found herself laughing. These rats may push her so far because she had relied on her gifts, on her gift for the martial arts. No, on her talents with martial arts. Why don't you add Toriel to the dictionary? Oh, that's a smart idea. Here. At the dictionary, where is this? Huh, next time. However, being a boss monster, she had many talents. The air burned around them as as thousands of tiny embers appeared around her. Toriel has not done a Fuga yet, and I think we should save that for her fight with Carol in Arc 3. So, yeah. We're almost at 10 hours. I'm impressed. I'm gonna use the bathroom, though. I really need to go. Goodbye. I'll be right back. I need to go. Good luck on your best art. That's fine. Alright, we're back. Sorry for taking so long. This might be peak. YouTube recommending me is meant for something. Okay. Sorry about that. I was in the bathroom. We're back. We're back. Reign of the Fireflies. She smiled. November's flew out. Alright, have you seen the new? I have not seen the Shattered Prophecy art, Phone Man. I'm sorry, I forgot. Here, let's go to your channel. I'm so tired, dude. Here. Yeah. Here, let's open this in a new tab. No, don't save the image as. Okay. Everybody, look what Phone Man drew. Look what Phone Man drew. Come on. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, chat. That's their image friend design. It's so good. It's so good. Love it. Love the red outline. It's all Delta Valley. So good. I'm so tired, dude. I love that the teeth are green. That makes it look more unsettling. Yeah, you did a really good job on this, and you should be proud of yourself. Alright, let's get back to it. And thousands of embers flew towards Chris and Susie, but they smiled. Chris put their hand on Susie's shoulder, and together they both launch a red attack. I'm going to tell you something really interesting in Char Alley story-wise, because I'm not going to tell you guys, but I'm really proud of it. Oh, okay, that's cool. Red Buster. Red Buster. And like that, all of the embers were gone. But so was Toriel. Should and Tiger? What? I don't know what you're talking about. But so was Toriel. here, right behind Susie. Char stands for character if you didn't read the text on the post. No, I understand that. I understand that. Is what char normally stands for? Is what char normally stands for? Or car, or care. I'm so tired, dude. Towards Susie. One inch punch in the blow when her fit on her back and she was sent flying toward the crater where it all began, to where Chris's house had once stood. I'm gonna do something else. Have a good day. Okay, thank you. Thank you for dropping by. I was able to go to bed, wake up, and get ready for work, and you're still at it. Yep. Oh. Susie's shoulder. There we go. On shoulder. Okay. I'm so fucking tired. Stood and she landed in the ash that once Okay, my writing ability is getting pretty shitty. We need to wrap this up. I really wanted to finish writing the story. Or at least, Hi, Mercury. I once made up Chris's house. Add Papyrus, maybe next arc. I'm changing the music. This is driving me crazy. Dun 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 dun. Let's listen to A Mother's Love. We haven't listened to that nearly enough. Where are you? There we go. I just looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes are so sunken in. Just do that. Just please work. Chris was now all. Susie grunted. She knew that attack broke her back. Damn, I leave the rest to you, Chris. Still going, yep. Nah. Oh. Chris is now all alone. No. Through. Ew. Let's like their legs. Ew. And though, Chris dodged both. Then they saw another opening and slashed their own mother across the belly. No, 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 no. Blood. It was just as she thought. Chris was getting stronger. What the fuck? In layman's terms, I can't spell, I'm a Deltarune fan. Okay. Dude, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I was getting stronger. No. Ugh, God, I fucking hate Google. It was just as she thought. Chris was getting stronger. Their knife around into a stabbing position. Dear God, get some sleep. No, not until I'm done. And stood downwards, but caught and do a control plus and I can, what the fuck? No. I don't know what Control Plus does. I don't want to do that. And paled her hand. This is what I'm talking about, Chris. You're too strong for these animals to define your life. The first time I saw a thumbnail in this video was perfectly for me. Oh, hell yeah. It was covered in onion fuzz. It was covered in onion fuzz. To define your life, join me. I'm your family. We can finally be bees. Okay, never mind. Go to sleep. What hour is it there? 7:55 in the morning. I'm your family. Tutorial. Hey. Hey there. Oh, what a silly doggy. Want to say hi to chat? Yeah, they're weird. How many pages of Brothers Awful No Good Very Bad Day? 50. 50 pages. Toriel was filled with rage and he hit Chris across the face with a hammer fist. And in pain, she roundhouse kicked them into to the Kattenheimer house. Hello. I've been never. I'll never be like you to the Kattenheimer house, which had been evacuated. Are you okay? I'm fine. Which had been evacuating following the following the National Guard incident, Chris could see the sun rise behind her, their mothers. I misgendered Chris so many times by accident. I'm sorry, I keep getting the pronouns mixed up. Please stop cooking. Hey, Togor, Chance's name, Aldez, Menendez, De Lucha, please never stop cooking. I will never stop. Into the Kattenheimer house. The walls splintered and shattered under the velocity that Chris had hit the house with. Turns off the heat before you burn yourself. Real. Chris went for another slash. Caught the blade with her mouth. Hello, chat. I know that's what's being said. Get some sleep, please. You're still on this shit. Instant subscribe. I love you. If you sleep, I'll draw one of your haters as pregnant. I don't have any haters. I have no enemies, little bro. Okay, the dogs are awake. Give me a second, chat. What's happening here? Okay, so there's a lot of context to explain. Basically, the arc started off with Birdley getting his ass beat by Noelle, by Gaster, and then by Toriel. But the fact that the ass whooping was so good made Toriel lose her fucking mind, and now she's in her Omni-Man arc, and she proceeded to fraud check the entire verse. Asgore, fraud checked. Undyne, fraud checked. Chris got fraud checked twice. And then, like, Noelle, fraud checked. Susie is in a fucking ditch right now. I'm so hungry. Caught the blade with her mouth. And shot it in between the might of her jaw. This needs 9 months of turn setups. True. You sound like Papyrus in the hit game Undertale appear in the fan game. It would be Peak. Give me a second, not in this arc. This arc's almost over. Her jaw. She lifted up Chris by the collar. Rolling Knight casts pregnancy. I don't think Rolling Knight can do that. Okay. Why are you making me do this? Okay, now it's for the full Omni-Man speech. Why are you making me do this? You're fighting for what? These small people? These people who don't respect you? Who don't love you? Someone back her PC, play lullabies on it. Sophia, you need to sleep. You need to do not sleep. You're fine. Why are you making me do this? Why are you making me do this? It's like each time I give you the mercy option, you guys are immediately like, fuck that. My eyes don't struggle. I have a question to ask you. Ask away. Mercy is meaningless in these conditions. You sound insane. Yeah? And? Sophia, I heard there's a glitch where if you sleep right now, you'll wake up with the perfect girl voice and everyone will love you.
I already have a perfect girl voice and I don't like using it.
So I'd rather not. This voice just sounds more like me. This person is insane. I'm starting to worry. Stop fucking worrying about me. Please go to sleep. I'm serious. Okay. Chris spat. Fuck you. There we go. Guys, she won't go to sleep. What do we do? Wait, we're peak, but it must be well rested. Okay, fine. Fine. We'll end it off right here. Tutorial. Her head and choke slammed them back down to the floor. No. Under her might. You're such. Before. But as she turned around, she was met with none other than Susie's fist. Toriel, I misspell Toriel all the time. This is... Her Toriel grunted, but Susie was no match. Stop trying to get me to sleep. It's pissing me off. Guys, I have a question. What is your question? That Susie was no match for her. With a kick to her mid. Flying. Toriel ran after Susie's and she but it didn't matter. Alright. Left, right, left, right. Susie was bad by the demon, and there was nothing to be done. And like that, Noelle, Chris, and Susie were all beaten. Oh my god. And there we go. We're all beaten. With that tutorial side, it looked she didn't know how to feel about that. She looked and simply no way. Dude, what the fuck? There we go. There we go. Toriel sighed. It looked like she would be on her own. She didn't know how to feel about that. She looked at the crater where her house used to be and simply turned around and walked away. Not yet, a familiar voice screamed. He was soaking wet. He was covered in onion plasm, but he was alive. And his name was Birdly Avian. Okay, that's where we're gonna cut it off for today, guys. That's where we're gonna stop it. There we go. Hype moments and aura, dude. You're satisfied, sleep. I kind of want to read through what we just read. That's a 1 inch. Birdly comeback, cliffhanger, no, sleep. Exactly. It's time for the run back. The main character fights his biggest nemesis. His name is Birdly Caster. I'm so fucking tired, chat. Oh my god. 51 pages. Get the fuck out. Damn, 51, dude. Let's check how many words. These are rookie numbers, dude. These are rookie numbers. This is gonna be fucking novel length. Bro, 51 pages. Next time we'll finish the arc. We'll read through the entire thing, which will probably take 2 fucking hours. Because it's 51 pages, bro. And then we'll finish the ending. And there's not that much left. And then we'll do a full read through of the entire arc. And then we can move on to the next one. Yeah, there we go. But thank you guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. I don't even care. Okay. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for liking, commenting, subscribing, and sharing. By the way, if you know someone who would like these fan fiction streams, just send that shit to them. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, so please have a Merry Christmas. Have a Merry Christmas, even though it's past. And yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. I'm tired. I'm really tired. Okay, good night, everyone.